back to life, I'll holler, why again? Seems we've been living like two monkeys in a cage, throwing worse than insults, living in a rage. The only difference fighting makes is if you're wrong or right, making me see colors when it's only black and white. See, I try like a fool, then I try again, crying like a baby left down in the wind. You lie just like a dog, it's when I die again. When I come back to life, I'll holler, why again? Be sticking to my losing streak just like I've done before. Feel the underhand you're dealing cheats me more and more. What the hell is wrong with me? I call it foolish pride. When you throw me off a cliff, I come back up the mountainside. See, I try like a fool, then I try again, crying like a baby left down in the wind. You lie just like a dog, it's when I die again. When I come back to life, I'll holler, why again? Why again? Why?
End of the days, up in a haze, wearing my darkest clothes. Smoke on the walls, flooding the hall, feels like we're getting close. Taking the hit, think this is it, give me the overdose. Heavy metal on my wrist, put it on and go. With my head up, know exactly what I got. Turn it up, get everyone around us. 'Cause tonight gonna dance until we black out. 'Cause tonight dance until we black. 'Cause tonight gonna dance until we black out. Gonna wake up with your face down. I can hear my feelings with the bass out. You're safe here, everything is blacked out. 'Cause tonight gonna dance until we black out. Gonna wake up with your face down. Feel your heartbeat speeding with the bass out. Everything is blacked out. They were holding me down, holding me back, holding me tight and close, breaking me down, riding my back, down on my knees and toes. But I got up and I became stronger than before. Heavy metal on my fist, had to break the door. With my head up, know exactly what I want. Turn it up, get everyone around us. 'Cause tonight gon' dance until we black out. Wake up with your face down. I can hear my feelings with the bass up. You're safe here, everything is blacked out. 'Cause tonight gon' dance until we black out. Gonna wake up with your face down. Feel your heartbeat speeding with the bass up. Everything is blacked out. Face up, face down, dance until you black out. Face up, face down, dance until you black out. Till you black out. Till you black out. Till you black. If you're on your own and the night is long and you're feeling burnt out, it's another round. It's another song, dance until you black out. If you ever feel like you don't belong, time to put your hands up. It's the only place where we all come from. Until you black out. If you're on your own and the night is long and you're feeling burnt out, it's another round, it's another song, dance until you black out. If you ever feel like you don't belong, time to put your hands up. It's the only place where we all come from, dance until you black out.
Incoming transmission.
What is up, everybody? We are finally back.
The rumors of the GSL's demise were not true.
That's
we
right.
return again in 2025.
Immortal Zombie GSL lives on. What's up, everybody? It's been like, I think, literally 11 months.
Yeah, it's been basically a year since we have been in the GSL studio. It feels crazy.
That's wild. We had a long period where we didn't know the future of StarCraft 2, primarily with EWC. Is it going to be happening? It was the last game that was announced. Our tournament is for lack of better words, a filter tournament. Our tournament is like a pathway leading to those players that are going to go to the Esports World Cup. Obviously, we're here. Esports World Cup is happening for StarCraft 2, and so GSL is back on for 2 more seasons.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting, man. It was a stressful time for me, not going to lie. Waiting for the EWC announcement. You know, I was an optimist. I was like, December, it's going to come.
Yeah, January, it's going to come.
Yeah, the new year,
February, maybe.
But we had a long time to wait.
This was the longest downtime ever for StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
There's been maybe 1 or 2 other times where the announcements were delayed for various reasons, but we're excited to be back. It's going to be a very quick season since the Esports World Cup is just around the corner here. It'll be in the summer as we're getting closer and closer to that. So we're going to be going through this entire season in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's actually going to be a crazy couple of months for StarCraft just in general because EWC, again, only a couple of months away. We have to run through 2 GSL seasons. There are international events that are also going to be happening. Of course,
right.
The GSL champion qualifies directly into the EWC. It's part of the road to EWC. So we're going from what felt like half a year, maybe a little bit more than half a year.
From basically a StarCraft 2 Dark Ages into
chaos.
Went to absolute warp speed, not just here but everywhere, as we're going to basically cram all of the possible qualifiers, I should say,
right.
For the EWC coming up here. $700,000 prize pool for the Esports World Cup. So, I mean, that's a lot of money. A lot of these players very hungry to get in here and qualify for that. So the competition's going to be fierce. If you want to come and visit our studio, we only have 5 days this season. So here are the days where the broadcasts are happening. You can see here on Friday in Korea time, the round of 8 finals and all of the round of 8 and the semifinals and the finals. All those tickets go on sale. You can get it by scanning the QR code. Usually day 1 and 2 are a little bit light as far as audiences go for GSL, but it fills up really quickly. Once the show starts in Korea, word gets around pretty fast. And the reason why I'm saying this is that I know some of you are traveling to Korea, whether it's overseas or you're somewhere else outside of Seoul trying to come into town. Get the ticket immediately. Yeah. It will sell out, and you will not be able to get into the studio if you can't get a ticket.
Yeah, it's only 138 seats that we have here in the studio. And
right.
For the semifinals and finals, that will always sell out. Friday, those tickets go on sale. The broadcast schedule, as you can see on there. This Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to go through the round of 12 classic GSL groups of 4 players, Group A and Group B. And then we're going to continue on next week on Wednesday with a round of 8. Group A, Group B, and then we're going to go back to the action-packed finals with both the semis and the finals on the same night. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you want to support the GSL, you can do so at patreon.com/GSL. See all these lovely perks you get on screen. For me, of course, that $10 a month GSL replay package, you got to love it, especially if you're playing the game and you want to learn.
Right.
I remember the dark ages of GSL for me back in like the early 2010s when I would watch players play like MC and I would try to figure out how they're doing their builds through the GSL VODs. And it's like,
not the most efficient way.
Yeah,
a lot of people watch streams. That's a good way in some sense to learn, but really replays are the best way if you're going to try to improve, if you're going to get the exact timings down. So yeah, consider supporting the GSL. We're in an ecosystem now where really the future of StarCraft 2 will be driven and will be decided by the community support. So here's our league format.
Round of 12, round of 8, these are the classic GSL groups that you know and love from previous seasons. Only difference this time around is that from the GSL qualifiers, we actually had an advanced stage, a winners and a losers bracket in the qualifiers after the first brackets. And so some players directly seeded into the round of 8. That's why it's a round of 12 and not a round of 16 to start things out. But besides that, I mean, in terms of the broadcast, it's basically going to be same old classic GSL. Right.
It's going to feel very familiar. We've reorganized this so that round of 12 kind of filters back up into the round of 8 and another group. So you're still going to have about 2/3 of the tournament as groups and the final third as a bracketed format. The finals are going to be nuts, by the way, because we have the semifinals on the same day. So it's going to be a long, awesome day of StarCraft 2. And the maps for this tournament are going to be very fresh.
Yeah, we have a lot of really fun, really interesting maps. I was playing a bunch of ladder getting ready for this GSL, and man, I was having a blast as we look at the matchups here. Group A, that is today, Cure, SOS, Reynor, and Solar. So we have a foreigner competing. Reynor is back here in GSL. He is in Korea. And SOS, the money man himself, he's been trying. I'm not sure how hard, but he has been playing in qualifiers for GSL for the past couple of years. I think almost... I mean, I don't want to just project my beliefs, but it felt like he wasn't really practicing full-time. But maybe the final prize purse of EWC, $700,000 this year, he is back. He's qualified for top 12 already.
Yeah.
I am stoked for this. You can also see Group A and Group B, round of 8, we have Classic, Gumiho, Byun, and Hero already qualified. And then round of 12, Group B, another foreigner. Along with Maru, Rogue, and Nightmare, we have Trigger, who is living in Korea now, who was also qualified for his first GSL. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be very cool. So Reynor today, Trigger tomorrow as far as non-Korean players in the tournament. And today, you know, this is such a just unusual mixture of common faces in GSL like Cure and Solar. A blast from the past with SOS. I'm so excited that we're going to be starting today with his match versus Cure. And then we've got Reynor, who has consistently attempted to win a GSL and has failed so far. He is somebody we would have expected in the past, or I guess we should say we did expect in the past, to take one of these. Yeah. Former world champion, easily one of the best players, not just in Europe, but really in the whole world. However, for whatever reason, GSL has been an obstacle he has not been able to overcome yet.
Yeah, I think a lot of that goes into players just really honing in on preparing for him in the first round of GSL because you know your groups before you head in. It is a preparation style tournament, and we got a video ready for you guys.
We're going to hop to that video now, guys, and then we're going to go into our match.
팀 8코스 소속 저그 플레이어 강민수 솔라라고 합니다.
Also known as Reynor, 22 years old, from Italy.
프로토스 김유진입니다. 팀리퀴드 소속 큐어 김도욱입니다. 이번에 다시 이제 몸 관리도 하고 좀 걱정도 떨쳐내고 열심히 하려고 생각 중입니다. 뒤늦게 좀 질풍노도의 시기가 왔다고 해야 되나? RPG 게임을 좀 되게 열심히 했었거든요. 몇 달 동안 하다 보니까 와 이게 현타가 너무 오더라고요. 근데 이제 막상 이제 스타트 다시 하는데 5,000점대 레더 점수들한테 지는 걸 굉장히 싫어하는데 5,000크스라고 와 하는데 못 이기겠더라고요 처음에. 다행히 이제 그 점수 때는 좀 이길 만한 실력대로 올라와서 이런 게임을 다시 하라고 추천해준 김준호 진짜 같이 공 한 번씩 차는데 진짜 그때 너무 꼴배기 싫었어요.
진짜 그냥 백수처럼 지내는데요. 심심하고 엄청 심심하고 공허하고 엄청 그랬던 것 같습니다.
So I just took some time off, spent some time with my family, played some other stuff, and yeah, just enjoyed my time. Now I'm back at it though.
프로토스는 지금 좀 심각할 정도로 밸런스가 많이 무너진 상태라서 빨리 패치를 해줬으면 좋겠습니다.
Practiced any Protoss, so I don't think I'll be playing any TOS, but we'll see, maybe. One map.
저는 저거 못 이기겠던데 아직. 테라는 그래도 가만히 있어도 할만해서.
러쉬 가기가 무서워요 이제. 또 러쉬를 안 가면 또 올멀티가 되거든요. 첫스전은 좀 뭔가가 바뀌어야 된다고 생각을 하거든요. 항상 게임하기 전에 져 있는 느낌? 그런 느낌이 드는 것 같습니다.
Oh, this is the oops.
와, 좀 잘못돼 있는 것 같은데 이거. 누가 짰죠? 비조에 비해서 너무 압도적으로 힘든 것 같고요. 그나마 유진이 형이 좀
I would say I would rather play Solar maybe. I think my ZVZ is quite good, and I'm actually struggling against Terran, so maybe Solar.
Go back to your country while you are here.
일단 조 파악 완료됐어요. 저그를 싫어하는데 도우기가 그나마 할만할 것 같은데 아무래도 연습 때 좀 이겨가지고 자신감 좀 차 있는 것 같은데 솔직히 제대로 안 했거든요. 네, 착각을 좀 깨쳐야겠네. 좀 오랜 시간 걱정도 많이 하고 기다린 만큼 좀 더 간절하게 열심히 해야겠다는 생각 많이 했던 것 같아요. 이번에 좀 좋은 모습 많이 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 화이팅! 전 최선을 다할 거고 김준호 각오해라. GSL 화이팅!
이기고 지고를 떠나서 일단 너무 설레고요. 새로운 시즌을 시작하면 그냥 가서 게임만 해도 재밌을 것 같고 파이팅!
I don't know, I'll just do my best and see where I can go. So, yeah, cheer for me. Fighting!
All right, we are back. We're ready to hop into our game. I love the pacing of a GSL. We're just moving. We're going right into the matches. Down to business here. First match is going to be Cure versus SOS.
Yeah, I think Cure is by far the favorite in this matchup. I was actually surprised that SOS in his interview said that he can't beat Zerg, but maybe he's a little bit more competent against Terran. I feel like that's not really the case for a lot of players right now.
I've also found that like SOS interviews reflect nothing with what's going to happen in the game. He's, I mean, he's got kind of an unusual way of looking at everything. But I think you're right, State, that right now Cure looks like probably the strongest player in this group by a lot. He could possibly just win this entire GSL. He's been in phenomenal shape. Now, that being said, you know, we've had a lot of off time here for StarCraft 2 competitive in the way that we're used to it, right? It's been nearly 10 months.
And that's going to factor in ways that I think we can't necessarily even expect here, because I think there's a big question about what form everybody is going to be in competing in GSL today, especially the start of the tournament, these first initial groups, because Kira, again, he's the guy who was getting basically top 4, and it felt like every single GSL for a very long time. It was him and Maru, #1 and #2 Terrans in Korea for what felt like forever, but, you know, with kind of the off-season and the ambiguity of what scale StarCraft 2 would have here in 2025, people were saying in the interviews that, you know, Reynor, he was playing other games. I know he was streaming some League of Legends. Solar was talking about how he felt kind of directionless a little bit. Probably wasn't practicing quite as much.
I think everybody felt like that who was a fan of StarCraft, myself included. You know,
me too.
It's like, okay, so what's next? Is this worth the investment in time? And you see some guys were playing RPGs or trying, you know,
That's really funny. I like SOS saying he's playing RPGs. He's like, wait, what is the point of this?
Yeah.
What a waste
I
of
thought
time.
that the first time I saw him, but no, I've never been a big MMO guy myself.
Yeah,
I'm
me
assuming
neither.
that's what he meant. Maybe he's playing single-player RPGs. There's a lot of different RPGs you can play nowadays, but yeah, cool to see that he's back here. Hopefully they get this issue, whatever it is, resolved so we can hop into this game. I imagine this will be a 2-0 with Cure winning. If it's not, that's awesome. That's a crazy upset. And that would be a real testament to, you know, SOS as a player, and that he would even be able to beat someone like Cure, who's been so solid. Cure's just steadily gone up over time.
Yeah.
Every year he's a better version of himself. I guess many of the players have improved. They built a new layer of skill on top of the old one. But, I mean, if SOS took this, it would be wild.
It would be insane, but, you know, in some ways, having such a long offseason between 2024 and 2025 kind of plays in SOS's favor, because if he's starting to practice at the same time as basically everybody else was when the EWC News got announcement and GSL got renewed for Season 1 and Season 2 this year, then suddenly everybody has rust to shake off, not just SOS, who hasn't really competed in StarCraft 2, at least in a major tournament like this one, in years, right? So I could see some upsets coming in from SOS. I don't know if it's going to be against Cure, though. This guy has absolutely killer TVP, and he has been having killer TVP for, like, as far back as I can remember. He's just one of the scariest Terrans. It always feels like he has more than everyone else.
Yeah, he's got a very good grasp on the matchup. You know, the thing about SOS, though, is when he's playing well, it's very hard to prepare for. He has had more one-off crazy strats than anybody we've ever seen. I would imagine if we're going to see him bring anything today, it might be some weird stuff that no one is ever going to have ever thought of. Yeah, you know, there's a way to play StarCraft where you might be able to do something one time, and if they, you know, it'll never work on them again because it's like learning how a magic trick works, right? Like they know how the coin disappears, but maybe he'll have something like that planned for us here.
I mean, if anyone's going to do it, I feel like it's SOS.
Yeah.
But, you know, one of the things about SOS, though, going back to, you know, those magic tricks and them getting revealed and then hard to replicate, is that SOS back in the day when he was a world champion caliber player, was winning these $100,000 tournaments, he just had so many tricks that he would do these things like, yeah, you're going to do that once. Are you going to be able to do it again? But he would just have trick after trick after trick, game after game after game. He was such an anomaly of a Protoss player, one of the most distinctive Protoss styles we've ever seen in StarCraft 2.
I feel like I'm looking at our map lineup right now, and this is like the final boss of a spelling bee here. Like,
yeah, Persephone. Tuckamuck.
Can you use it in a sentence? Can you give me a definition of Persephone?
Yeah. I do love this new map pool, by the way. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to shake things up a lot here in the new season of GSL as our game is getting loaded up. Pure versus SOS going to be kicking off GSL in 2025 here in Group A. I cannot wait to get this started. I cannot wait to see what SOS is going to bring to the table. Oh, man. It's going to be a fun day of StarCraft.
Yeah, it's going to be sick, man. Our first map, Persephone, is loading up very slowly. Let's see if this thing actually, we might have to restart here.
I started that intro expecting the loading screen to go a little bit more quickly, but
I think SOS's computer crashed.
Yeah, I think it might have.
Headset came off.
Oh, yeah, telltale sign.
So, yeah, I guess we'll see what happens in a sec here. The stage manager is going to come over there and see what the issue is, but I bet this is going to require a restart. Maybe blue screen of death.
Yeah, hopefully not. If it's a blue screen, I feel like usually it takes a little bit of time to fix things out. Occasionally we have those situations where a computer, they kind of write it off. You're like, all right, let's just pull another one out from the back shelf.
Actually, that's how they run it here. Is there's basically a handful of backup PCs with the game installed and updated. So if something doesn't work, they just unplug it and they run the next PC out and plug it back in.
Yeah, we basically have like a crew from an F1 race.
Yeah,
They're
that's
just changing out the tires on all these PCs, man.
They change out the wheels on the computer chair. And
oh, man, I'm antsy to get started.
I'm excited to hop into this. We'll see what the issue is. It looks like they're going to reload the map.
Oh, yeah, I guess that means...
So it looks like his game might have crashed, not his PC. So they're going to get him loaded in there. Such a treat to have SOS come back.
I'm so excited. Whenever I saw him playing in the GSL qualifiers, I believe it was last year and maybe even the year before that, I was always just, you know, fingers crossed, hoping that he would make it, because SOS back in the day, one of my favorite players to watch ever, just because you never knew what he was going to do. He was capable of macro play, but usually he wouldn't go for it. He would go for proxy dark shrines, proxy 2 gates. He would go for the most zany all-ins you had ever seen. He just made it work. It was magical.
Yeah, okay, guys, we're ready to go into Game 1. Cure versus SOS finally starting now. Finally, GSL is back. Okay, Cure down here in the bottom left, and SOS in the top left. This is a map where you both spawn on the left side. There are speed boosters on the far right. By the way, just while we have a little bit of downtime before the games actually pick up, I'm really excited by the maps we're using here. I think that StarCraft 2, you know, looking back on the 15 years of history that this game had, I think it's, you know, hindsight's always 20/20, right? But I do think it's worth pointing out that was not as much courage in map making. That's not a knock on map makers, but I think the maps they selected for tournaments, they could have been more risk-taking and a little bit crazier. And I feel like we've got that now. And I know it's always a balancing act between maps that pros are comfortable on and then maps that create new play and new games but might be harder to learn on. But I'm glad we're going more in this direction. And by the way, I get it. Like, if I ladder, I don't want to be on the weird maps. Okay, if I'm in a
Yeah.
tournament for money, I don't want to be on those maps because I want to play on the maps I've played on a million times before. But I think having a good balance of that is really important. By the way, it's so cool to see you guys back in the studio, all of you. Remember, if you're going to be coming tomorrow or next week, we have 3 days in a row next week, you need to get a ticket immediately. The audience is a little bit light here today because I think the news is pretty, there's basically been no news for StarCraft for a while for StarCraft 2. And then GSL finally came back, and I think a lot of people might not have been plugged in to the StarCraft news cycle, but once this show starts, the studio tends to fill up pretty fast. So anyways, the point I'm trying to get to is make sure that you get a ticket ASAP, whether you're in Korea or just visiting. You don't want to miss out.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, I think all of the tickets for next week go on sale this Friday, Korean time. So try and get those as soon as possible, especially for the finals. If you can attend, if you want to attend, make sure you do it because those tickets will sell out and they will sell out very quickly.
So, for now, we've got just normal teching for the time being. By the way, we're in a new iteration, a new patch of the game.
Yeah.
And without that many games having happened, I'm, I guess on like a kind of GSL, EWC circuit tour level, I'm super interested in exactly what strategies and plans are going to be used and how people are going to adapt, not just to the new maps, but the new patches as well.
Yeah, and all the map features that are being added to, like the Zerg rocks that slowly decay over time, all the extended use of acceleration zones and stuff like that. It's really fun. SOS, he's throwing down a second gateway back at home and proxying a pylon down here. Man, this looks like the ladder games that I played last night, just using the acceleration zones on the right side to boost a probe down here and do a proxy. Oh, I love this so much here for SOS. I was wondering exactly what his game plan was because he didn't go for the early sentry that we're seeing a lot with Protoss players because you do now have that energy charge ability on the Nexus to get a hallucinated scout immediately. Instead, he's just going to go classic SOS style, very aggressive, very in your face with his proxy pylon, 3 gateways. I wonder how much pressure this is going to be on the front line.
Okay, so as this medevac is inbound towards SOS's base, SOS has already warped in Adepts down here at the bottom, or sorry, Stalkers down here at the bottom. So this is going to be kind of crazy. Who's got less defense back at home? The Reaper's locked out. Oh my God, but he hops over. That was nasty.
Yeah, still no bunker here. The natural expansion for Kira, though. The probe's going to get up, scout the Cyclone and the 2 Marines popping there in the main base, but the damage is being dealt here in the main of SOS. Adept's going to focus down the Marines. They're able to get a couple of them. And the pressure is mounting right now. This, so far, is going better for SOS. 7 SCVs have fallen. The drop is getting thwarted again in the natural expansion. That medevac now down to only 99 HP as Cure desperately needs to start chipping away at this probe line, find some balance in damage. Does get a couple more probes there to equalize things a little bit. And I feel like Cure is going to be stable. It was looking scary there for a moment. Oh, SOS is actually going for this Cyclone. No repair.
Dude, this is insane. SOS is looking so strong. I guess we don't have death animation on that Stalker, so it just disappeared like the guy in Looper. So the drops are going to continue. Right now, Cure is hurting. He's way lower on workers, but he's getting some work done over here. With the siege tank finished, I think this attack's going to be done. The Banshee's going to comb this area of the map, identify where the pylon is. And I think the game might quiet down, at least for a little bit, but there's a warp prism being made, and I think this might, we sort of ended with the attack from the Stalkers and the push and the denied drop for Terran, but I think it's going to pick back up, being reminiscent of kind of a 3-gate or 4-gate Stalker warp prism harass.
Yeah, but I think SOS is realizing the situation he's in. He doesn't really have the momentum to do it. The warp prism would be too slow, so he canceled it. Instead, he starts an Observer, he starts an Immortal, and he's going for Twilight Council instead. This is SOS saying, all right, that Warp Prism tech not going to work. Instead, we're going to try and focus on just building up for the mid-game and potentially absorb the impact of the push that Kira is almost inevitably going to do. Siege tank production is continuing. Banshees with their high DPS often paired up with these siege tank pushes on 2 bases as more barracks get thrown down. And SOS is being very smart in bracing for impact, and it's actually not even going to be Blink, it's going to be Charge. I like that decision here going into the siege tank tech.
Yeah, this is smart. This is a great way to clobber a big counter push coming up here. So the Banshee right now is just traveling through the speed boosters. Stalkers, I believe, are basically positioned in a way where I don't think this Banshee's going to get a whole lot done. Still 2-base versus 2-base. The first Banshee's going to come up here into the main. The second's going to come to the right side.
Yeah, only one Stalker there, so not able to really do too much damage to that Banshee. Gear does delay the third Nexus for SOS by at least a couple seconds, though, so it is nice for him. And also, Templar Archives coming down really quickly.
Nice. He's going to just snipe the Observer with that little auto turret thrown down there. War Prism's out. And I think SOS might just play a more passive game. He's basically deflected all the attacks, the little assaults from the Banshees. No, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's actually going to move out across the map with the War Prism. I guess whenever you have a War Prism in the game, it's never a bad idea to try to get value out of it by moving out.
He's going Storm. I love this for SOS.
Yeah.
I was wondering if he was just going to go straight into Archon Charge Zell to try and stop that Siege Tank push that is likely going to come, although, you know, Curing out throwing down the third command center, maybe he is also deciding to kind of play more of a longer, protracted game. But no, it's going to be Storm, and with the energy charge ability that we have on the Nexus now, Storm, it's almost like we have Kadarian Amulet back a little bit.
Yeah.
It is really fun. It is really powerful, and so I love this tech choice coming in here for SOS.
Now, we've had these moments where sometimes StarCraft 2 influences StarCraft 1 or StarCraft 1 influences StarCraft 2, but Storm drops in the last couple of years really picked up in StarCraft 1. Whether it was just in mineral lines or just to blanket a push that's coming in there so that they can't be stopped. But I think we're going to be having a little bit of that here now. SOS, by the way, pretty active at StarCraft 1 as of late. So he's going to come in here with a little bit of a drop, drives the SCVs back. Is there anything he has to stop this?
Are they going to clump? Does he know there's Templar in them? I think he has a good idea. Oh, a bit of a whiff right there. He is going to get, what, 4 SCVs? Maybe, no, not even.
Not great.
Yeah.
Not great, honestly. The Vikings going to come back there and try to pin it.
That's a painful loss for SOS. Those are also the very first Templar that he got, too, so that's a lot of energy down the drain.
Yeah, I thought for a little bit he was just going to put 4 Templars in there and be ready for some kind of a push and try to storm that way. I didn't think it was going to be a storm drop. Because I think that's a little bit hard to push to pull off if they know it's coming.
Yeah, I feel like that's the kind of play that you need to be causing a problem on some other side of the map.
You need a distraction.
This army here for Cure is going to look really scary, by the way. Only 3 Templar right now on the field for SOS. Although I am curious about the medevac count here for Cure. I know he made a lot of Banshees. Couple Vikings. Is it really just these 2 medevacs? Yeah, it is. These Storms, if they connect, can do a lot of damage that will not get healed up. And actually, SOS, he's going to commit to this attack. I was not expecting that. Moves in, snipes the Siege Tank, uses 1 Storm to push away the army, and then retreats. And that Stim, very expensive here for Cure. Keep in mind, he has a low number of medevacs right now, so the healing, there's not a lot of it on the board right now for Terran. SOS setting up a counterattack with a second Warp Prism, as Cure chips away at this wall in here in the main base. That army right now for Terran, a lot more squishy than it was a moment ago, but this is still a very tough position for SOS to try and break if Cure continues to kind of entrench himself and push towards that natural expansion.
2 Zealots are going to come in here for a small counterattack. I don't think it's going to do that much with the Marauders ready to defend. Is he going to actually pick up and drop into the main? Yes, he is. He's going to elevator in there and start to damage the infrastructure. So it's an uncomfortable spot. Nice Storm down there. Takes out a decent amount of the infantry.
With a cannon and a battery, too. I love that positioning from SOS. That was like a classic like parting kind of defense right there. It was just like 1 Templar, 1 cannon, 1 shield battery deflecting that drop. Oh, I love that. It's moments like that that make me really excited to watch SOS play today, because coming into today, I didn't really know what his form was going to be, but he's actually looking really solid right now, going up against one of the best TV players in the world.
Yeah, he looks great right now. I do like the slow drip of Zealots just running into the main and causing a distraction. Cure's abandoned his position, and I think it makes sense. He realized he's not going to be able to get anything done. You know, the Templars can just refill and continuously spray out Psy Storms to the point where it kind of doesn't make sense to engage. The 4th base is done for SOS. He's a little bit behind in supply, but not so much that I would be worried. He is developing a pretty sophisticated army. I see a second. Was that a second Cybernetics core? Or is he
the
remaking
first one got sniped.
Okay. Thought for a second this is some kind of nod to like air fleet. And so Cure's going to move out again. Now he can move through the speed boosters pretty fast to get a a shockingly quick setup outside of this fort. This is crazy looking.
When they're stimmed, they're actually so quick. All right, that Templar warping in. Let's see if he does have he charged that up with the energy here on the Nexus. It's still low, so no storms available right now. This is a tough angle for SOS to come into attack. Instead, he's going to go through it. What am I not getting the best connections? Templar in the back. They're trying to find the storms. Right one is very good right there. Catches a lot of bio. Oh, the second one. Oh, these storms are so solid, but still, the army for Cure, the positioning is just fantastic, and the Protoss army is getting whittled away.
I think that SOS can't quite make this work.
Yeah.
He's basically lost everything. That entire army he built up into was shut down. He's got, what, 3 Stalkers and a Colossus and a Depth 2 Zealots. It's not going to be enough. And Terran can easily rebuild what was already lost. We've got a final attack in here to try to shut this down. Maybe he can make it happen. The Nexus is at half health with no shields.
That's a max energy Templar, able to drop off 2 storms. He does clean up the siege tank, but I mean, the reinforcements coming in from SOS, I don't think it's going to be enough.
He's going to dive in there. GG, Cure takes that first game. But I got to tell you, man, that was a fun TVP. That was really interesting at the start. I think SOS did a good job holding on. And frankly, that was kind of an exceptional harnessing of the structure of the map from Cure in the end. I think had those speed boosters not have been there, he would not have been able to get up there as quickly.
I feel like given the situation that SOS was in, he controlled that fight really well, but you're trying to basically attack down this narrow ramp with your Nexus and other structures, almost walling off sections of your army into siege tanks, into stim bio, close to acceleration zones. That is a tough angle to defend that 4th base right there in the top right on that map. And so for SOS, all of those storms looked really good. His army just couldn't connect. You're able to take that brilliant fight to win map 1 on Persephone. He's up 1-0 now as we get ready to go to Takama. This is the kind of thing where, like, I read these when I'm playing the game. I don't say them out loud.
Yeah,
and now
I had the same thing.
No idea how to pronounce.
I think it's Takamak.
I think so. I know I just look a fool trying to say these things.
All right, guys, game 2. Let's go. Cure in the top right, SOS in the bottom left. On yet another new map. Again, I think SOS played really well that last game.
Yeah, he was solid. He was even giving up on upgrades there against Cure for a long time. Got the 4th base up very quickly. I feel like if he had vision of the acceleration zone a little bit sooner than he did when Cure was coming in, if he was able to get into a good position on the 4th base, that game could easily have continued, but Cure just with some really brilliant maneuvering, they're able to take down that base and ultimately the game. But up until that point, SOS, he looked solid. I think the only real error I would say in his play up to that point was the Storm Drop just didn't really get anything done. He killed a couple of mules, lost his first 2 Templar and a Warp Prism. But besides that, he was so solid. He did not look like he was that out of shape at all, which means that SOS has been grinding hard in preparation for this GSL.
Okay, the probe's going to come in here right away. And let's see what exactly SOS wants to do. I mean, I think it was a very SOS move to do the little proxy pylon and try to do some harass. Cure's done a lot of just 1 base drops, or sorry, 2 base drops. Terran's always had like the drop variety pack. In the early game. You never know what the combination's going to be, but there's different techniques and tactics you can use with all of them. But for now, this game looks identical in a lot of ways to the previous game, although the features of the map are very different.
Yeah, Cure going for a one guess expand as opposed to a 2 guess expand, though. So probably not going to be the same insanely high pressure attack coming in from Cure that SOS dealt with last time with, you know, the Cyclone drop in the Medevac and the Marines. I mean, that was a real skirmish that happened very early on in the previous map. I think this one's going to build up a bit more slowly, and I'm curious what SOS is going to do again. And actually, it is looking very similar to map number 1.
This is the Groundhog's Day series. We got to cast this perfectly to break the cycle. Yeah, let's see if Cure goes for a drop coming up here or not.
Although there are some differences here for SOS. The second gate hasn't been thrown down. It's actually going to be a proxy robo, and this is not something I expected. It's not the 3-gate pressure. It's proxy tech.
Is it Immortal?
I guess so.
SOS is back. Immortal, and what is that, a gateway?
Yeah, gateway for the warp in.
Okay. So
very cool.
He's going to go for a bust here. Double Hellion. Soon to be, you know, four, I believe there should be 2 more right after this.
Yeah, I would be surprised if there weren't 4 Hellions coming onto the field.
No,
it's going to be
Widow Mines.
Huh. All right. I am surprised, I guess. Interesting setup here. I feel like I haven't seen a proxy Robo Immortal push like this in a very long time. Another gateway getting thrown down by SOS in the main base. So it'll be 3-gate with a proxy Robo, Immortal already in production, Warp Gate just about to finish. And Kira is dedicating a lot of production time. Like, he's getting a tech lab right now on his barracks. He's putting in production time on a reactor factory into Widow Mines, which are definitely going to be sent in a drop cross map. He's not going to have a lot of units on the ground to actually deal with this attack that is coming. There isn't even a bunker here in the natural expansion. It is just 2 Marines tasteless.
So, similar to the last game, I mean, there's just, you know, oh my god, he's going to throw a pylon right down. So he's going to be warping in right over here. He can easily gun down the depot before it can be healed.
Yeah.
Stalker's in kind of an awkward spot. Doesn't really matter. Pick one, take it out.
He might just go to supply block here right now. He's already supply blocked. Another depot's going to go down.
Oh,
Banshee
that's
and
crazy.
Cyclone in production. The Hellions in the main base are getting cleaned up by the Stalkers. Pro splits coming in from SOS just out of range of these Widow Mines, so they are not getting the connections that they would like. And this is an insane attack from SOS. I mean, that Immortal, as soon as it popped, just immediately coming cross snap. All right, Widow Mines, there's 2 more in the bank. Oh, he's going to get both Stalkers. Nice damage being done, but there isn't too much to deal with this. Now, here he is going for the SCV surround.
Well, the Cyclone could just kite, like, infinitely.
Wow. Those SCVs
and
really earning their payday right now with the body blocks.
The Banshee is going to be enough that he can just drive this back. I don't know what's back at home right now for SOS. I think the strategy is so cool, but I think, you know, the Kira's ability to kind of just manage everything might be slightly better.
Yeah.
It's been 10 SCV kills to 5 probe kills, so Terran is still hurting. But the rush has basically been shut down.
Yeah, and a lot of it goes back to that Widow Mine drop there in the main base. SOS losing both of those Stalkers means that he needed to do his next round of Stalker reinforcements at home, and that he doesn't have Stalkers on the front line to help support the Immortal pushing into the main base and deal with the Banshee and deal with the Cyclone. And so SOS losing a little bit of momentum here, but he's continuing to build up. Adept's going to go into the main base. There are not that many injured SCVs, so SOS just going to anchor his position here right outside the natural expansion. Might use those 2 Zealots to absorb the impact of those siege tank shots and then push in. Is he going to go? He is. Adept's coming in, going to focus fire down the SCVs and the Marines. Immortal tagged onto the siege tank. It will fall. The Banshee does fall. The Viking gets taken out, and Kira is bleeding more SCVs.
Another big warp in comes in over here. A siege tank on the high ground, but the Stalkers and Immortal are going to shimmy over to the side, and they can target the command center here. This needs to lift off. I think even if it lifts off, it might not get away. The tank unsieges. Kira's going to push down a little bit further. He needs to repair this.
Oh, it's solo on HP. You got to lift that one up. The Immortal's going to take it down. Command center falls. And SOS, pulling the rabbit out of the hat, somehow was able to salvage the situation after the initial bust. Doesn't get quite as much done as I think he was hoping for. The follow-up push kills the command center, resets the army there for Kira. I mean, this is vintage SOS we're watching right now. Just beautiful play.
I mean, this has been wiped beautifully. I don't know that Kira can recover.
I mean, he's on 1 command center.
He's on 1 CC.
He's got 4 Marines right now, tasteless.
Dude, SOS is always going to be SOS. Big warping over here, juggling the Immortal. The tank is going to pop out and die immediately. The Immortals just turn their fire onto it.
It's like, what, 4 shots?
Yeah, 4 shots, exactly. I can't believe it. We're going to go to game 3 here. SOS going to be taking this one in just an incredible fashion.
And I've got a big smile on my face right now. I mean, I love Cure. I want to see him go deep in this. GSL, but the fact that SOS is playing this well here against one of the best PvP players in the world is just so exciting.
It's crazy, man.
I think
it's
so many
cool
people saw Group A and kind of wrote SOS off as the underdog just because he's been so out of practice for so long. But look at him right now against one of the best TV players in the world.
Well, you know, the thing is that, you know, people have all gotten so much better since he left. He's been gone for a long time. So, you know, on one level, it's like SOS, one of the greatest RTS game players of all time. How could we ever have doubted him? But on the other hand, it's like, yeah, but everybody's been grinding so hard. But he's coming in here with his own flavor, his own approach. It looks great. Terran on 1 base right now. SOS just growing into 3. And I think this should be probably the beginning of the end here. I think there's just literally no way that you're going to get anything done. That's it. GG.
Yeah, Kira going to fight all the way to the bitter end right there. Finally taps out when he spots the third base and the defense there in the main. And we've had some really interesting early games between these two guys. SOS in game number 1 going for the proxy gateway pressure against the Cyclone Marine drop. Game number 2 going for a really fast proxy robo. I was even wondering if he was going to wait until he gets like an Immortal and a Prism or something before pushing out, but it was like 2 gateway units and Immortal immediately busting down the natural expansion. He smelled the blood in the water.
That was so sick.
Wow.
I mean, who knows, man? SOS could take game 3 and we would already have a crazy upset. You can see Cure's a little bit in shock. We never really see Cure lose to rushes like that, especially getting the snipe with the command center. That was wild.
Yeah, this is...
But then again, how often are you dealing with a an Immortal train coming at your base just right outside your natural?
And so quickly, too.
Yeah, let's see if we can say this map name.
Maganatha.
Maganatha.
Between Maganatha and Takamak, it's like a tongue twister.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, next season, the map names are going to be in the English language. Guys, game 3's ready. Let's go. Okay, Cure in the bottom right, SOS in the top left. Will we have an expand into drop opening again? Will we have proxy pylon again? If I'm Cure, I am trying to sniff out any proxy strategies.
Oh, for sure.
But, you know, it's funny, I'm talking about this and I'm like, well, he did this in this game. Maybe he'll do this in the next game. SOS is probably one of the best build order layout. How do I... There should be like a word for this. He has the best way to integrate build orders into a series.
Yeah, his planning is very good.
Like he'll have build orders that'll set you up for a loss in the 3rd game, even if his build order 1 works or doesn't work.
And this is a guy that also in situations with like $100,000 on the line is not afraid to proxy 2-gate you potentially multiple times in a series, right? I mean, he doesn't really play by the same rules as basically everybody else. Oftentimes we'll see players like, especially Maru is one of those guys that just has a build for every opponent on every map. You'll see him do the same thing sometimes, but he is just this Swiss Army knife of strategies. But you'll see him play like a best-of-7 situation, right? Oh, welcome.
We're so happy to be back.
Oh, all the way from Hong Kong.
Hong Kong, welcome. Great city.
But Maru, you see him in a best-of-7, and you might expect 7 different builds from Maru. SOS is one of these guys where for sure he's going to have 7 builds in a best-of-7, but he might go back to one of them like 3 times in a series. Whereas a lot of players add in a lot of variety. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw SOS again go for some kind of proxy pressure, whether it be a robo, whether it be 3 gateway again, even though Cure might expect it. I mean, he's just got so much confidence in his gameplay. It's really a treat to watch.
So, command center, 3rd command center, actually.
Wait, is this?
Wait, did I see that correctly?
No, I think that's
no,
the factory.
I'm crazy. I'm sorry. They had the command center selected, but I saw the factory, and I'm like, whoa, that's wild.
Sorry, we had a long break, Tasteless.
Yeah.
we're also getting back into this.
It's good to be back since casting the Esports World Cup Finals. I'm finally here again, StarCraft 2. So this time around, we don't have a proxy pylon yet, but it seems like it's going to be triple gate, possibly into Robo.
Yeah, we do have I believe, a pro patrolling all the way in the bottom left.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
So
on
maybe
these
he'll throw a
monitors,
pylon
it's hard
there.
to see. But
Yeah, we got tiny monitors here at the studio. And so it's going to be the factory and the starport. No add-on yet. The probe stops. It was on patrol. Will he throw a pylon down in a second?
I feel like he's got to. Oh, there's
Oh my
Twilight
God.
Council. He threw that down after he saw the Reaper coming in, so I don't know if this is going to be a feign. I imagine it probably won't be. But I am curious what the plan is going to be here for this pylon. Oh, there actually isn't a pylon. Is he doing a delayed scout? Is he going to the third base?
He might want to. Oh, he's just going to throw it down now. Okay.
I'm actually surprised he's building it so close, considering I would be expecting Kira to be on point in terms
Well,
of scouting for these,
especially
right?
after seeing a Twilight Council, right? Like, you
Yeah.
kind of look at that and go, all right, well, probably Blink Stalker. That's super common still to this day in the matchup.
I wonder if we're going to have 3 more Adepts warped in here from SOS. Yep, there they are. This is one of the things that he loved to do a long time ago, was he would get like 6, 7, maybe even 8 Adepts and just shade into the natural expansion, trade them out while going into Blink.
Yeah, it's a smart move. So that's going to be exactly what happens. The number is going to be 5 this time. So he's going to go past the bunker, come in, and just start taking fights. The Adepts are quite good against Marines.
Yeah, good micro there, docking the Widow Mine right under the command center, going to be focusing down these Marines. And he's going to trade about evenly here. Didn't really get the worker damage that I think he wanted. Also, those shots being staggered a little bit means he didn't one-shot one of those Marines. That's a little bit painful. I feel like SOS would have liked this to have gone a little bit better for him. And one of these things that oftentimes you want to do with adept pushes like that one is at least trade a bit more effectively with a Marine count, because one of the scariest things for Protoss dealing with Terran and TVP in the mid-game is just the initial swell of bio with the first couple of medevacs. And so anytime you can trade evenly before stim is out, before combat shield is out, you feel a lot safer there as Protoss. But 5 adepts for just a handful of Marines, it's looking better for Cure right now.
Yeah, Cure, I think, has handled this pretty well, but there's no reason why SOS couldn't, get ahead or get in a good spot later on. The Adept attack was definitely not great. And you were mentioning this earlier, due to the fact that the shots were a little bit staggered. You really need them to all kind of fire in unison. So for now, it's going to be a little bit slow, it seems like. Terran's not going to be jumping to the third base just yet. He is sending a small medevac drop around the map. There is I believe it's a spotter pylon up here to see this.
Yeah.
He's actually going to send the Adepts in to kind of see, does it look a little bit defense light? And if it is, he can blink right on top of the tank. So he can come in here and just kill the tank, and I think he should be able to get the bunker as well, depending on how fast the repair is. It's not fast enough.
Yeah, that bunker not going to be taken down. As a medevac now coming into SOS's main base. Oh, he does spot it. All right, those stalkers going to be coming in right now, trying to shoo this away. It's a bit of a tough dance because those Marines do have more firepower, even with the blink. Probes falling. SOS continuing to posture in front of the natural expansion of Cure during all of this.
It's funny, 3 is exactly not enough to kill that Marine efficiently. So, especially if the Terran tries to juggle with the medevac. So, on both sides, attacks that weren't too consequential, although I think, SOS lost a decent number of stalkers in that initial attack. He's going to try to trap this, and he can catch it on the other side. And I don't know on this map specifically if you can just thread that needle and move the medevac in between the stalkers on either side, but that medevac may be stuck there for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I think it probably will be, at least until SOS brings everything back to the front. But for SOS, although he didn't get too much damage done in the natural expansion there of Cure, anytime you can just chip away at the siege tank count, it feels really good there as Protoss. He lost like a handful of stalkers. He traded out Adepts, which realistically in this stage of the game, Adepts are basically dead weight in your army, right? So another base coming in here for SOS. I'm liking this, man.
Yeah, well, he's just going to go for growth. Little auto turret down there to kill a couple of probes. But Cure's going to come with a push. I don't know if he pulls SCVs with this or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
Does he have a third command center in his main base? I feel like there's got to be one in production, right?
Well, if not, he's got to win with this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there really are only 2 ways to play the game. Either you expand or you try to close the game out with the timing. We don't see SCVs pulled, so I was wrong about that. And you were right, State. There is a third CC. I don't know if they highlighted it earlier, but he's taking the third base, kind of the triangle expansion over there.
Really good scan here from Cure.
Yeah.
Not getting caught out of position. This Protoss army, if it's able to catch the Terran unsieged, both the Widow Mines and the Siege
Oh
tank
my
unsieged-
God.
Oh my God. Are you going in for this, SOS? Oh, all right. Even SOS isn't crazy enough to take that fight. My heart sunk into my stomach for a second there. And now Cure pivoting all the way up to the 12 o'clock base. SOS is going to try and get the surround on this one. Oh, Nexus does not get canceled. Now SOS going for the 360 surround, able to get that siege tank. Widowmine shot's not spectacular. That force field going to prevent these Marines and Marauders from kiting away, but there isn't much of a meat shield left for the Protoss army. It's just Stalkers against Stim Marines and Marauders, and Cure with a very favorable trade there outside the fourth base. That is not the fight that SOS wanted. Almost an anti-timing even, with +1 ground weapons finishing just afterwards.
Yeah. The push is going to continue, though. He's reinforcing this with a small drop. SOS looking so far so good. He has to make sure when that tug-of-war happens in the PvT fight, he doesn't end up with too many of his units shaved off.
I feel like he just bled out too many Zealots in that last fight.
Yeah.
He didn't get the surface area that he needed on the bio. Instead, they all clumped up there on the siege tank. And now Kira stimming in once more. With this army here for SOS, he is so kiteable. You can see Kira just abusing that right now as these Zealots coming in. They get filtered. The Widow Mines clean them up. And once more, SOS has basically no stopping power for this bio. It's almost pure Stalker with 1 Immortal, 1 Sentry. And Kira, if he keeps up this pressure, I do not see a way that SOS is going to be able to stabilize, barring some miracle. We do now have 1 Colossus out, but Thermal Lance still, what, half a minute away? This is a very dangerous time in the game for SOS.
Yeah, he's going to unload. He's going to come in here for another swipe. This time at 12 o'clock again. A stim and a split, actually. He wants to try to come in and really make the Colossus not as powerful by having so many different angles here. He dives, and the Colossus is very deftly microed back. I do worry that there might just be a little bit too much here for Cure. He targets the Immortal, micros back with the Colossus shot again, begins to kite once more.
There's barely enough Zealots warping in here for SOS to hold on, but one of the very scary things about these engagements, Tasteless, is that SOS, he's starting to do a little bit of tit for tat on the ground. He's been trading a little bit better, but the medevac count has been basically untouched this entire time.
Right.
He's never been able to snipe them with the medevacs because he's never had a good enough trade, and so this Terran army has so many stims in the banks, and there's going to be so much healing that I don't know if SOS is really going to have the damage that he needs, even with these 2 Colossi and a head-on engagement with Cure.
So, auto turret's going to come down here, making things just a little bit worse. The supply really does tell the whole story.
Yeah.
Even though we're seeing SOS survive a lot of these attacks, his army is very, very light. Where everything that Cure has here is just bigger and not going down at all. And you pointed this out as well, State, especially the medevac count. The medevac count is getting to the point where every single unit in the army has its own personal healer.
Yeah, I mean, the air game in TVP is so pivotal in this matchup. As Protoss, if you're sniping medevacs and Terran stimming actually means damage, you're in a good position. But in a situation like this one, I mean, that is so many medevacs assisting this army. And we don't have anything like Storm or Disruptors here for SOS. It's all units that are slowly going to do damage, like the Zealots, like the Stalkers, like the Colossi. And then when you get into a maxed engagement against a Cure who is now moving across the map, and that damage is distributed across a huge arc, I'm not sure we're going to see much Terran die at all unless SOS is able to somehow catch him out of position.
You know, Cure, there's really no pressure on his side of the map. SOS is continuing to, grow out here. He's got a base over here in the far top right. The small number of Zealots, I think the idea is good, but you can see defense-wise, like, there's no place that Cure isn't completely ready to shut this down, especially in small numbers. And as we hit the max out point for Terran, that's usually where there will be a fight.
I'm stressed for SOS with no additional splash damage, just these 4 Colossi. Vikings gonna sack themselves to get one of them taken out at the start. Kira now fighting back through this choke point. Actually a pretty good engagement there for SOS, able to chip away at the bio ball quite well, only losing 1 Colossus. That's the kind of fight that he needs.
Another scan here, a big drop now into the main. And we have no engagement in the middle of the map. I love the fact he's going to go for this robo. This is so smart. Just gun this down. Nothing's going to be able to stop that in time. Going for the forge immediately after that. That will fall as well.
Cluster ground weapons did complete though for SOS as Kier once again trying to find an angle here in the top right. Oh, the acceleration zone! Gonna boost these Zealots onto that bio. A great engagement here for SOS. The force field also stopping the retreat. The Colossi stay alive.
It was insane how fast the Zealots connected there.
Yeah, but still, Kier just has so much.
It looks like the Zealots almost blinked into them.
Right.
Like, it was so funny. Yeah, you know, the problem is that it seems like Kier just still has more. The engine he's got back at home that is cranking out so many units is looking so fearsome. It's so strong.
But SOS is doing a remarkable job of just staying alive with the tools that he's got. Plus, the ground weapons does help a lot for these Colossi, but really it's a macro game here for SOS that is carrying him through this. Kier still only on 4 bases. SOS at 89 probes, taking a 6th base. These trades haven't been the best for him. They have been good fights. For him, it's all about the remax. It's all about the income. You can see 3,000 minerals per minute, so this is the 2,500 of Cure. And that could be SOS's way back into this game. If he's able to stably add an additional AoE damage, whether it be Disruptors, Disruptors starting once again. Another Robo getting thrown down from SOS after losing their robotics facility in the main base. If he's able to stabilize, he's going to be in a really good position, Tasteless, with this macro. But again, he's always playing on a knife's edge because if he doesn't get the engagement that he absolutely needs against this bio ball from Cure, he can get toppled so quickly.
Now he's splitting this up. This attack should take out this Nexus. We have some Zealots warping in here, but that's only going to buy a little bit of time. The big counterattack comes down here at the 3rd base, and a liftoff with the SCVs retreating is what's going to happen for the Terran. Terran tries to counterpunch. Coming in here, the Vikings are targeting down these Colossi. It goes from 4 to 5, now 4 to 3.
Oh man, the Colossi just never getting connection on the Marine and the Marauders. Cure with excellent micro back. He will lose all of the Vikings, but after taking out every single Colossus, and that is all of the firepower here for SOS down the drain. Another Nexus is gonna fall.
This should be game. I think there's no way that SOS can recover. Remember that there was a robo destroyed earlier. The whole robotics production has been basically reset. It's back in the Stone Age now. The next targets are going to be the peripheral bases that SOS, is going to try to defend. And even forcing a warp in like this is great because now he can take out the other bases on the outside. We're going to see an attack into that in a second here.
Man, those Stalkers just getting melted in the main base as Cure rains down at the 9 o'clock expansion. There is one Disruptor up here for SOS. Can he make some magic happen? He's repelling the force for now, but really the supplies tell the tale. One last Disruptor shot does get denied. GG is called, and Cure's going to win the first series 2-1.
Beautifully done. That was fun.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. It was very cool to see SOS play. And hang. Cure is one of the strongest players in the GSL, easily one of the strongest players in the whole world. But SOS took a game off him. He went toe-to-toe with him. I think that that match kind of illustrates some of the fundamental challenges that Protoss have versus a Terran that is able to muster the exact right army of Marine Marauder, Medevac, and ultimately Viking if the Protoss goes for Colossus. And basically just chip away. Stim, attack, stutter step back, rinse, repeat, drop a couple places, force a warp in a place that ultimately would be inconvenient for the follow-up attack from the Terran. And Cure is now going on into the winners match.
All right, after this break, Reynor versus Solar, Group A match number 2. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Já é garantido, eu vou pegar aquela perversa. Ative seu bola, bico, eu sou da chorei com meu umbigo. Toda vez que eu broto na favela, já é garantido. Se trava, vai dar. Já é garantido, eu vou pegar aquela perversa. Ative seu bola, bico, eu sou da chorei com meu umbigo. Toda vez que eu broto na favela, já é garantido. Se trava, vai dar. Se trava, vai dar.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to hop into a ZVZ here for match number 2, best of 3 number 2. We just wrapped up Pure versus SOS. That was a delight.
Yeah, SOS looked really good. Absolutely exceeded my expectations there in match number 1. I'm very excited to see how he does in the elimination match later on today against either Reynor or Solar. He looked so strong. It was so refreshing. And as somebody who is an SOS fan going back to the olden days, it just warms my heart. But now we have another really exciting match coming in because Reynor is back here in the GSL Code S, and he is looking for blood, man. I think he really wants to make that round of 8.
I mean, Reynor's been chasing a GSL championship for a long time. That's kind of the final Pokemon for his collection. He's basically done everything else.
Yeah.
He is currently living in Korea. He's actually not far from my apartment in Seoul, enjoying, you know, the food, the nightlife, hanging out. But make no mistake, he's all business when it comes down to this GSL. And I think this is going to be a really interesting challenge because Solar should be a pretty even match for him.
Yeah, Solar, especially ZVZ, has just been so deadly for so long. I feel like he's one of the most aggressive ZVZ players. He always makes it work. You know, it's just a thrill to watch. But Reynor as well, he's one of these guys that loves to bring the fight to his opponent. He's one of the fastest players that we have in StarCraft 2, if not the fastest, and he loves to use that multitasking ability to really tax his opponent, attacking different areas of the map, causing problems everywhere, whether it be with Overlord drops, whether it be with Ling run-bys. I mean, he can do it all. And so this CBZ, Solar and Reynor, two of the more aggressive Zergs, I think is going to be absolutely explosive.
Solar on Team Falcons, that is the strongest team here for EWC. Going to be fun to see what kind of match these guys bring. ZVZ specifically, I'm not kind of curious what state that matchup is in. We were talking before in the previous best of three. We've had a lot of downtime for StarCraft 2.
Yeah,
right? We've been basically in a dark ages for a while. So I'm curious if ZVZ is going to be looking similar. Has it changed? And what are these two guys going to do when there's just so much on the line?
Yeah, I feel like coming into this GSL is kind of the biggest mystery of any GSL I have ever cast, because usually there's all these tournaments that have happened in the previous months where you can watch everybody's games.
Right.
You have a very good read on it. You know, basically
well, there's a
what
general
people's
life
strengths
cycle, right?
and-
That, you know, you're seeing,
Yeah.
you know, at any time what the meta looks like, you know, where the strategic zeitgeist is. We don't really know right now.
Yeah.
Some players have been somewhat inactive, kind of waiting for tournaments to come back. They're finally here, obviously.
There's also been a lot of online cups that a lot of people have been playing in, but also,
Right.
are you going to be using your best stuff in those? Or are you going to
Yeah.
save them for a tournament like the GSL?
Sometimes you'll have a strategy that's like, it's so good, you go, no, I'm going to hang on to this for when the time is right.
And it's also kind of an awkward situation just on ladder recently. Like the Korean server, because of the long downtime that we had before the EWC announcement, I mean, dead is the wrong word for this, but a lot of the pro players were very inactive on the ladder. And
Right.
so that means that if you were a pro player and you wanted to practice, you're probably doing more custom games. You're probably doing something that's going to be feeding a little bit more into a strategy that we might not see until you get back onto a premier stage. And so I'm very curious. You know, I feel like Reynor, in my mind, has the edge, but there's just so many unknowns coming into this GSL. It's basically the start of the 2025 circuit and the road to EWC. I don't know what to expect. I'm excited for whatever it's going to be, though. Let's get into game number one, Reynor versus Solar.
Reynor with a blue steel there.
Oh, I missed it.
Did you see Zoolander?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
Oh,
okay.
yeah, the
Yeah,
blue
yeah.
steel. The
Yeah,
look.
yeah,
I was
yeah,
wondering
yeah.
for a second. I was like, wait, is that?
You're like, I'm just going to laugh at whatever Taze was said and move on.
And Zoolander, that's a throwback.
All right, guys. So it's I actually don't know who's who here. Okay, Raynor's in the top right. Solar's in the bottom left. Let's do it, man. Let's get into a ZVZ and see what these guys have to offer. We're back. StarCraft 2 is back. It feels so good. Right. Welcome to Korea, Reynor. Raynor's actually, he loves it here. He's been in and out of Korea for a long time. You know, he's done so well as a professional gamer. Like, you know, I guess, you know, most of the guys in the GSL, they've banked up enough money. They've, you know, traveled the world. I think Scarlett right now is residing in China. Raynor's been in and out of Korea for a while. I think he was in various parts of Europe before that. Obviously, I'm not talking about Italy where he's from, but traveling around. But yeah, this has been kind of his white whale.
Yeah, he's been excited for GSL for a long time.
And so this is going to be a fun one. ZVZ, you know, we have a lot of explosive ZVZs that, you know, come down to one player kind of leaning into the other one and trying to punish the macro. Obviously, that can go either way. I'm curious with these two guys if we're going to have any long, drawn-out macro games where nobody pulls the trigger.
It's certainly possible, but I'm leaning towards use games being more aggressive. I just feel like that's typically Reynor's style. That is certainly Solar's style in ZVZ. There was a period, I think it was, God, it's all blurred to me now. I think there was a stretch of like 6 to 8 months or something, maybe last year, where he was just an absolute killer in ZVZ with these aggressive builds. Just felt like he was completely unstoppable. And, you know, shaking off the rust of the off season and coming back into a premier tournament like the GSL in 2025 in the road to EWC. Of course, the GSL champion will be seeded into the Esports World Cup. I feel like you got to go back to your roots. So we have a cute little interaction right there. Reynor getting a bit better of a trade.
Yeah, right now, Solar in pursuit. I don't think, depending on how this angle turns here for the Ling, that he can get the killing blow off of this.
No, it's going to heal too much, I think, before it can.
That's like perfectly timed out where he knows he can basically heal it up to that angle and then bounce it off. Baneling's Nest on the outside.
Yeah, mirror builds through and through.
Yeah. Third hatchery for both players, too. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to both macro. Somebody could just pull the trigger and start to Ling up. We're going to basically be watching the production tabs to see if and when that happens.
Yeah, the biggest deviation that I see right now, Tasteless, is that Reynor's actually taking the triangle third, whereas Solar is expanding linearly across the bottom of the map.
Do you think one is better than the other?
The maps are so new, and also I'm just not very familiar with ZVZ that it's hard to say. I don't know. It's too early in the season for me to make a read like that one.
It's tough to call. I mean, especially with the amount of downtime we've had.
I do love this new map pool, by the way. It has been so much fun playing this on the ladder. It feels just so refreshing. I feel like the map designers have really knocked one out of the park this season.
You know what? I feel like the map designers have been unchained.
Yeah, it's nice.
I think that, I was mentioning this earlier, but I think it's worth repeating because I know some people only tune in for certain matches. But I think we were maybe in the history of StarCraft, this so far 15-year, I guess now 16-year course of StarCraft 2, maybe a little bit too conservative. And I get it when it comes to map ideas, because on some level the pros, they want to play on a certain type of map. They don't want it to get too crazy. But I think with the game, the state that it's in, you want to get a little bit out there. Have some standard maps for sure. But also, let's see where this game can go if we get a little weird. So Roach Warren's coming down on both sides. Missile attack coming right now for Reynor. And I didn't actually get a shot of what, if any, upgrades were coming here from Solar.
Yeah, Reynor, does he have layer tech underway?
Yeah,
just
he does.
Yet?
Yeah. So his layer tech's coming along.
Well, no, that's Solar getting it right now. I'm just wondering if Reynor's already gotten his.
Oh,
or
sorry,
is he
yeah, Solar.
still delaying it. Huh.
Nice Ling Scout.
Yeah, he's going to come in. I think potentially confirming there is no layer.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, no layer here for Reynor. He's just going to sit on a relatively low drone count. He just pump out 6 more of them. I was wondering if this was going to be leading more towards aggression from him. But
Reynor's going to go for a Roach timing attack. So what he's going to do is send Roaches across the map and probably make Lings behind it. And the Lings are there to tank. The Roaches are going to deal damage. And the idea is to chew through whatever Solar has here. Keep in mind, all the important infrastructures at the natural. Whenever you see an attack like this, like, will he commit or not? But he's coming back with the Roaches. Interesting.
He's still building them, though.
Oh, yeah.
2 more Overlords also in production.
I think it's because it's not quite lined up with his timing. The Spire has started. And so, the Spire is a great tech, but there's a lot of time between when it starts and when it finishes. It's one of the longest buildings to make in the game, as far as build time goes. And so this attack from Reynor, it's going to be a real battering ram. I don't know if he wants to hit the third or the natural. I think it depends on where he thinks he could, crack open a position first. But he's on the move. He's moving out. 18 Lings here to tank. And the whole goal is that as the Lings start to dry up in the front, more Lings come and reinforce. And behind that are going to be more Roaches. And Ravagers, of course, as well. He can hit positions where things are turtled behind. Buildings, whether that's spines or anything else. Ravagers at the same time are coming down here for Solar.
And keep in mind, +1 upgrade advantage right now here for Reynor as he's moving in. Ravagers just finished now for Solar. Bile will get dodged there by Reynor. Some nice controls, his own Ravagers reinforcing on the north side. Solar, he pumped the brakes on the Spire. He spent all his money on Roaches and Ravagers trying to defend. And it still might not be enough. Reynor with his 3-hatch timing, no lair tech, just sitting on 52 drones, delivers a fatal blow to Solar. And It was a little bit tricky the way that Reynor was maneuvering around the map.
Want a spicy pizza.
But I think that was Reynor just trying to get Solar a little bit confused, because even us watching the unit
when he went back too, yeah.
He pushes forward and then he comes back, and then Solar going for the Spire is like, okay, well maybe this is a feign.
Well, the thing is, so he basically faked out a roach timing attack. I think they would have done without the Evo chamber.
Yeah.
So he comes across, he's like, nah, see, I'm not doing it. And then it's like, oh, I am.
Right with +1. That lair did absolutely nothing for Solar. He spent the money on the Spire, he spent the money on getting +1, he spent the money on getting Roach speed. None of that came to fruition by the end of the game. It was all money that basically was wiped off of the board, and Reynor was able to leverage that eco advantage just with a little bit better spending and a very refined timing attack to decapitate him at that third base. And now Reynor, one map went away from going to the winner's match as we get ready to go to set number 2 on Ley Lines.
Ley Lines, game 2, that match basically stopped like right when it started.
Yeah.
That was like truly what you would call a build order win. The way he handled it, he faked it out very well, but came in there. And the moment that he saw the +1, he went, oh, I am so dead.
All right, game is loading in. Match point right now here in Group A. Reynor versus Solar. Can Reynor 2-0 on Ley Lines, or will Solar fight back?
Okay, Solar in the bottom, Reynor in the top. Really commanding performance here from Reynor. You know, what Solar was doing as far as big picture goes, he had a whole plan later on. But some of these builds are basically designed to kind of break the opponent's arm or leg, you know, as they're trying to get into that moment. And, you know, Solar, the moment he realized what happens, he went, oh, I'm not even going to waste my energy.
Yeah.
Let's go into the next game. But it's funny, it did kind of throw us off too. We're like, oh, he's going to run back, okay.
Well, that's a sign of it being a really tricky build, right?
Yeah.
Is the fact that Reynor with his unit positioning, I was like, he moved back, and I'm like, you don't have a lair tech coming in,
Yeah.
surely.
Well, you know, it's funny because like it's so obvious when it's happening on some level. Like, in, you know, hindsight's always 20/20, right? But it's like, no, he's not going to hit until the upgrade's done, you know. But I thought maybe he saw like some more drones hatch, or there was something else that led him to believe that. Anyways, great game here by Reynor. But he's probably going to have to bring something a little bit different this time around.
Yeah, it was a very clean timing attack there from Reynor. And Solar did get greed checked a little bit. I wonder if that's going to lead Solar into playing a bit more aggressively here early on in this game, because that is one of the easier ways to kind of navigate your pathway through the game, is you won't get blindsided quite so much by a build like the one that Reynor did in the previous game if you're more active on the map yourself. Solar was setting up for a huge lair tech mid game with the Spire, with Roach speed, with Evolution Chamber upgrades coming in, and Reynor just wasn't playing that. He wanted to end it quickly and fast with a 3-hatch timing attack. And Solar, even though he got that Link Scout all the way into the main base, he wasn't able to stop it still. I think probably just because the feigning of Reynor with his unit movement in the center of the map was so solid. And so, if I'm looking at this game from Solar's perspective here, I'm feeling like I want a little bit more map presence, because if Reynor is going to continue to be tricky like that in this series, it only takes, you know, one more sneaky attack that just sweeps your feet, and you are going to the loser's match against SOS.
3 bases again. So many different ways it can go from here, depending on the decisions they make. You know what I feel like we get to cast the least is when both players ling all in each other for a little bit. I feel like we don't have as many of those games happen as we should have, you know, one of them happen.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that often anymore.
Right. Yeah, and I don't mean when one does it, I mean when they both end up doing it for a little bit. So this game, Reynor is making exactly what I was talking about. The ling all in.
There you go, Tasteless.
And, but, you know, Solar's going for drones. So Solar's going to have to brace for impact. This could be short, it could be chaotic, and Reynor has to back off, in which case it might be a little bit unclear who's ahead, who's behind, or it could be shut down entirely. The Lings are going to move out. The Overlord is going to tip the alarm there. Banelings are going to come back, and it's really about Baneling detonation value here. So he's going to target the hatchery. There is a way to play this where you just cancel the hatch.
Yeah, I think that's what he's going for. Reynor has been drawing behind this. He has his eyes set on canceling this hatchery. Baneling's now coming in. Will they get the connections? Reynor, he's going to scurry away on the right side. Left side still getting good trades there with the Lings. This hatchery solo on HP, but with no Banelings here for Reynor, I'm not sure he can actually break this.
Yeah. Balls of steel here for Solar. Yeah, it looked like he was going to lose that. The trick is you jettison 1 to 2 Lings in to kill the Baneling, and when that's thinned out, then you pounce.
All right, more Lings in production right now for Reynor, also throwing down the Roach Warren.
Yeah.
Solar's Roach Warren almost complete. Both players about equal right now on drone counts, but Solar with a big Ling advantage to be coming in. Gets about half around there. There is enough surface area on this Queen to take it out. It could not escape. Nice trade right there for Solar. And I've got my eyes on that production tab, Tasteless. I'm waiting to see if both these guys are going to continue to keep the pedal going.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. The hatch is low. It's going to heal eventually, but it's going to be a long time away. I mean, there's always a world where you could run into the natural or draw some attention there and then just get a couple Lings and try to clip it. Oh, the Bane.
Wow.
Dude, crazy jukes, crazy jukes.
Oh, it barely lives. 1H on that Baneling. Finally does get taken out right there. Is now Reynor coming in with a Baneling of his own. Able to get not a good enough connection, going for the hatchery. Oh, he gets it. I can't believe he gets it. I think that Baneling actually made the difference.
That was sick. Yeah, you know what's it's funny? I've cast so many ZVZs, but it never even occurs to me to have a Baneling hit a hatchery.
One
you know what
Baneling.
I mean? Look, that's not what they're for. They're for the Lings. You're doing it wrong. Oh, you're so good. So the counterattack's inbound here. It's Roach Bane. This could go really bad for Reynor. He is actually going to just abandon his hatchery on the outside and hope he can muster enough to come back and retake it before it's killed.
Yeah, I think he's going to have enough because Solar isn't really committing too much to this attack. He's throwing down another hatchery. He is going up to lair. He's getting an evolution chamber. So he's not seeing that third base fall and deciding that he should go for it all in. Instead, he's going to use the units that he has on the map right now, feign some pressure while teching up and retreating back at home because he still is ahead in the worker count. Yes, Reynor with his third hatchery is going to eclipse him very soon, but at least Solar will have a tech advantage. +1 already started for him. Reynor's evolution chamber only halfway done. Solar's lair, I believe, about to complete. Reynor's only just now starting. So for Solar, yeah, losing that third hatchery, it does suck, to be real about it. But beyond that, he does have some advantages in terms of tech, so that could lead to a timing.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. If Reynor's played this correctly, it's going to be smooth sailing for the rest of the game. Oh my God, wow. Beautifully done. 3 drones down.
I was expecting a little bit more there, but
yeah.
Man, Reynor just loves doing these little tiny tactics.
He's really good at it. It was an impressive moment back there. So for now, both sides are going to get missile attack upgrades. Solar does have a little bit of a lead in that regard.
Yeah, like 20 or 30 seconds,
yeah.
I want to say.
But not yet. I mean, that's enough where, like, it might be tough for a little bit, but he probably could hang on. And I don't know that it's necessarily one of these upgrades where, like, oh, he has to do a timing attack here or not. But maybe because he's behind, he feels like he has to, you know?
I think Solar's going to be going for that timing, Tasteless.
Maybe you're right.
He's pumping a lot of Roaches right now. He's going to have Roach speed and +1 well before Reynor will. And with Roach speed, he can actually force that fight to happen. Reynor cannot easily retreat until +1 is done because Solar is going to have a speed upgrade on his lair. And I'm expecting Solar any moment now to start moving across the map. 8 more Roaches in production. He has not made a drone in quite a while. I think he just doesn't want Reynor to be keyed in on exactly what is coming. But with this Overseer coming in, scouting a sparsely saturated third base with a lot of gas, alarm bell is going to be ringing, and now here comes Solar, moving across the map.
Another big push coming out. And I don't know about this angle. Oh, man, erasing that Ravager.
Okay, well, he does have speed. He could push up if he wants to, but Solar a little bit timid right now. Oh, look at this. Lings in the main base actually might go uncontested on that drone line. Biles now coming in. Going to force Reynor to retreat. Some pretty good trades right now with Solar. He still has the +1 upgrade advantage. +1, 14 seconds away still for Reynor as Solar's taking a really good trade here on the front line. Spinecrawler doing work. Nice art for Reynor. Is it going to be enough?
Seems like Reynor could now come in here and fill in the top part of that concave there, so he's going to be okay. For the time being, there's 4 drones down for Reynor, so it's not the end of the world. Solar does have a superior drone count.
Yeah.
So the timing attack looked pretty good. He's also going for Burrow.
I feel like Solar got done what he needed to get done. He made some more drones behind that, and also as soon as +1 range weapons completed for Solar, he insta-queued +2. Even before that attack commenced, he knew that he wasn't going to try and kill his opponent with that attack. He's going to try and take a favorable trade, use that as an opportunity to distract his opponent, send Lings into the main base, get more drone kills. Really well done there by Solar. And this might culminate in a +2 attack that could be very hard for Reynor to stop. ZVZ, very much a game of momentum. Solar also with a 4th hatchery now coming in. Reynor doesn't really have the presence on the map to go for his 4th hatch just yet. I'm liking Solar's position a ton here, Tasteless.
I mean, Solar is back. He's in a good spot. Reynor's going to have to play a really long game, I think. It's going to be uphill from here. The counter punch from Solar was great. He mapped that out really nicely. He's going to come in again. Now, he's maxed out, so he wants to try to force out a supply trade here. The 3 Spine Crawlers are actually pretty nicely placed. The Ravagers are able to break through the first one. A second set of Roaches comes through the back, going for the Evo Chamber. Actually, I think that Reynor might be about to die here.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much on his front line. 10 more drones fall in the natural expansion, and Tunneling Claws coming through into the main base. Solar's going to spot the Spire. He's going to kill the drones. GG is called, and Solar fights back. Wow, these are some fun ZVZs. And Solar just finding that one advantage was so smart from him, because when Reynor took down that 3rd hatchery, it was looking really good for him, right? You know, he had his 3rd hatch up. He was a little bit behind on drones, but the saturation was better. He was able to eventually overcome the drone deficit, but Solar's like, you know what? You went for that attack. I lost my 3rd hatchery, but I can find an advantage in another way. I can get a faster layer, I can get a faster +1, and I could use that leverage, use that timing attack to push through the mid game. Really well played there by Solar, and we're gonna be going to match point.
Man, really impressive to see that Reynor was shut down after doing so well. But you know, those attacks like that, it's really easy to overextend. And it's like, it worked. And then you go back and look at what you've got, and it's like, not quite enough. So we're going to go to Maganatha.
That's one of the funner names to say, I think, that we've had.
Maganatha, it is. There's something nice about saying it.
Yeah, Maganatha.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. We're loading up. Remember, the winner of this best of 3 will face probably the strongest player in this group, Pure.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Okay, in the top left is Reynor. In the bottom right is Solar. Much bigger map for this game.
Yeah, Maganatha, but one of these a little more macro-oriented map, it feels.
Is his, I'm trying to figure out his necklace, Reynor's necklace. It seems like it's got the part that you connected, where you put it in the back, is actually in the front.
You think you got it wrong?
Yeah, it's a bad sign for this game.
Oh, man. Could be dangerous, Tasteless. You're gonna have to, if you lose this match, you have to go downstairs and warn him.
I gotta warn him.
Before he faces SLS.
Reynor, your charms are on wrong.
Maganatha, I haven't seen too many ZVZs on this map so far, but you know, from my perspective as a Protoss player, it feels a little bit linear in the expansions. I feel like it feels a little bit. I can see people going for the triangle third as opposed to expanding just, you know, on the sides towards your opponent. But it almost feels like Golden Aura, where that linear expansion path just feels a bit more safe. The issue is, if you go for that expansion on a map like this one, you look at like the 6 o'clock base versus the 9 o'clock base. If you take those expansions, the rush distance is basically nothing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
For that reason, I'm wondering if it's going to be the triangle thirds. So I'm nerding about the map a little bit too much. It's just
no, not at all. I mean,
the map pool is so new. I'm still trying to wrap my head around all of these.
We have basically been plunged into all these new maps in such a short amount of time. But guys, you know, it's so good to be back.
Oh, it really is.
We missed you. It was nice coming back in the studio.
I hope we don't ever have an off season quite like that one again.
Yeah. So, right now, we got to see. Basically, and first of all, you look at in a ZVZ, you go, okay, is there any crazy cheese this game? No. All right, step 2, is it going to be 3 bases on either side? And if so, is one person going to, try to light a fire, try to get super aggro, and try to do something incredibly punishing? And that's what we're waiting to see for now.
Yeah, so far, mirrored builds yet again here for Reynor and Solar's. It looks like Solar's going to be going for the triangle third. Reynor, is that a drone? It is. So different in expansion patterns here. Whoa, Solar actually didn't spot that. The visions just somehow barely missed the hatchery. At 9 o'clock, I'm almost baffled. And Solar has an Overlord spotting the triangle third. Okay, he's only just now with this Overlord at the 9 o'clock position. Going to scout that third hatchery, but that could have been a very confusing moment for him.
No, for sure. Well, that's the thing, is you're not like, is he just not spending 300 minerals?
Yeah, like, where is it going?
For the time being, the wall-ins at the naturals are being set up. Reynor is once again linging up, but we need to see more lings before we know if this is any kind of committed attack. It looks like he's droning behind it.
Yeah, this feels like just the handful of lings that you make to get some presence on the map.
Yeah, this is like, I don't want to die, Zergling come out. But the Baneling's Nest is going to finish up here for Solar. And Evo Chamber comes down for Reynor.
Yeah, very fast.
Could he be doing a repeat of game 1?
I'm thinking so. I mean, that is a really fast evolution chamber, and I feel like that would line up quite nicely with a 3-hatch timing and no layer, once again with +1 range weapons. And also, the way that he's expanding toward the bottom left portion of the map, he is expanding towards his opponent. So should he decide to go for that kind of roach play again, the rally is going to be quite a bit quicker. Oh, it's Carapace. Okay, Carapace and roaches.
Interesting. So Carapace, you got to remember that that's going to cover everything Zerg on the ground, right? Which could just be a different kind of timing.
Yeah.
Generally armor timings in RTS games, they're just more rare. But they do exist. Usually it's an attack upgrade timing that tends to come out. Nice run around, but he doesn't quite get the damage in there.
Yeah, some good micro there from Reynor. So they're able to pick off 2 drones, though. As Reynor continues to drone up, Solar's actually the one pumping the roaches right now. 6 more in production as he's just sitting happily on 41 drones. I think he's still trying to figure out exactly. Oh, nice round of the Queen. That's going to fall, ain't it?
Dude.
And those 2 Banelings, this is good damage here for Solar.
Yeah, Solar really coming in here, cutting Reynor up and getting right back out.
Wow. Some nice moves. And yeah, Solar is just going for it. Ton more lings in production, more Banelings in production, no evolution chamber to speak of. He wants to break down that third.
Sorry, the armor upgrade could be pretty handy here.
Yeah,
it might give you a little bit more sustain. So let's see how this goes. But if Reynor can't hold this, Reynor is dead.
Oh, this is crazy tasteless. Only a 5 drone difference right now. But keep in mind, Reynor did lose a couple more drones. And the attack's coming in. Oh, the Banelings get connections both on the drones. They can also go for the spine crawlers if they like. The roaches, the numbers well in Solar's favor. Reynor retreating right now. +1 Carapace still 15 seconds away. It is going to help against the reinforcing lings that Solar has coming, but I'm worried, Tasla, that there just isn't going to be enough on the ground here for Reynor.
I mean, it seems like Reynor's getting separated from everything pretty heavily. Oh, God, the surround up here is looking really good. I don't know if the Reynor can get away. I think the Reynor's going to be in a lot of trouble. Solar continuing to push through here. At this point in time, the rally's so disconnected from each other. The sustain so strong here for Solar. The armor so irrelevant because the units in number are so small.
And Reynor right now only with 1 Queen. I mean, he's going to be hurting for Larva even if he's able to survive for the next couple of seconds here. And Solar, he's just continuing to pump out units. And eventually, Reynor, with his low Queen count, I feel like he's just going to run out of steam. The minerals are already starting to pile up a little bit here for Reynor as he starts a Queen in production. And you can see the Carapace really paying dividends with these lings. They're not getting a lot of damage done on the roaches, but the third hatch is going to fall. That's even the hatchery training the Queen here for Reynor, so his production is set even further back. And Solar is just going to take this as a win. He's not going to overcommit. He's going to drone up. He's going to pump more roaches, go for the lair tech. Roach speed now coming underway. If I'm not mistaken, Reynor is still just on the hatch.
Yeah, Reynor's going to try to remake the hatch, and Solar's not doing anything, remarkably econ-based. He's made a couple more drones, but he's basically, bringing the sledgehammer up to drop it back down again for the killing blow.
Yeah, it was more about the damage that he did to Reynor, and now Reynor, he's just now starting +1 range weapons, just now starting Lair. We already have Roach Speed coming in for Solar. This next timing attack from Solar, is going to be so deadly. I don't know if Raider's going to be able to find his way out of this one. That opening attack from Solar was just killer instinct. And it really started with those initial skirmishes there at the third base, sniping queens, killing drones, getting the momentum built early. Reynor just wasn't really able to get off the ground with his Carapace build.
I don't know if Reynor can recover from this. I'm trying to imagine a world where somehow this works out, and I don't see it.
I mean, the economy disparity is just massive.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a,
With the upgrades coming in here too for Solar, it's
a 50% supply lead here for Solar. Like, he looks so strong.
Anytime you're making basically mirrored compositions, and the other guy's got double the army supply.
Yeah, right. It's just like, well, doesn't really matter how good your control is then.
That's so many roaches. And they're so fast. This roach speed is done. More drones coming in here for Reynor as he's trying to saturate and get back up, but the hammer is about to fall. And I do not think Reynor's going to be able to survive with this one, especially with the roach speed here for Solar. He's going to be able to get such a good arc, just pounce on this army as he stutter steps forward. Files coming down. Solar just continuing to push in. Just absolute
GG.
Power. GG is called. And Solar wins 2-1. Reynor going to fall to the losers match against SOS. Solar to advance against Cure in the winners match.
Man.
And Solar looks very on point.
He did. He looked really good. 3 very different games, as you all probably know, since we're on year 16 at GSL. Neither player is eliminated. Solar will go up against Cure in the winners match, and SOS will face Reynor in the losers match. That's going to be wild. Reynor versus SOS. I feel like that's really 2 players from 2 different eras.
Yeah, that's
right. Like, Reynor basically rose up after SOS stepped back, right? Is my memory serving me correctly?
Yeah, I mean, Reynor was on the radar.
Well, he was there.
For sure, but it wasn't anything like he is now, guys. We're going to go to a break. When we get back, Group 8 winners match, Cure versus Solar. We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Love on repeat. You just hit delete. Wishing they were me, but they can't compete. Swipe left, swipe right, doing it to waste time. Come over tonight, I can make you mine. Keep me on the side, date me out of sight. Can we hit rewind? Got me on your mind. Love on repeat. You just hit delete. Wishing they were me, but they can't compete. Locked in the screen, tell me what you need. I can be your secret, I'll keep it discreet. Love on repeat. You just hit delete. Wishing they were me. They can't be me, but they can't compete. Can't compete. Yeah. Swipe left, swipe right, doing it to waste time. Yeah. Come over tonight, I can make you mine. Yeah. Keep me on the side, date me out of sight. Can we hit rewind? Got me on your mind. Love on repeat. You just hit delete. Wishing they were me. They can't be me, but they can't compete. Can't compete. Locked in the screen, tell me what you need. I can be your secret, I'll keep it discreet. Love on repeat. You just hit delete. Wishing they were me. Can't be me, but they can't compete. Can't compete. Yeah. Always been a bartender, go getter. Always put my sleeves for whatever. You can see the sweat on my sweater. Oh, yeah. Always cooking something, I'm never slipping. Sticking to my plan A, no snicking. I ain't gonna give up till I'm reaching, I swear. There's a good girl in our face, gotta keep my head up. Got a head full of James and ain't gonna stop, no. No. I'll press play in my mind, in my world. I'm a sucker for my hopes. I'm a sucker of high hopes. I'll press play in my mind, in my world. I'm a sucker for my hopes. I'm a sucker of high hopes. Always been a daydreamer, a bet breeder, never on the safe shore. Dive deeper, whatever didn't kill me, baby, a believer. Oh yeah. There's a good girl in our face, gotta keep my head up. Got a head full of James and ain't gonna stop, no. Press play, I'll press play in my mind, in my world. I'm a sucker for my hopes. I'm a sucker of high hopes. I'll press play in my mind, in my world. I'm a sucker for my hopes. I'm a sucker of high hopes. Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. That was actually an exceptionally long break for GSL.
Yeah, I kind of appreciated it, actually. That was an action-packed series.
It made me angry. I wanted to go into the next best of three.
It's going to be a good one. Cure versus Solar, winners of their match. Winner going to advance to the round of 8.
A classic GSL matchup, Cure and Solar. These guys have been with us forever.
Yeah.
I want to say it's like maybe a 55-45 matchup.
You think so?
Yeah.
55 for Cure?
Cure, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, here's the truth. I mean, it's been a while since we've all been casting StarCraft 2 in this capacity. So, like, I don't know. You know, people change. You know, we'll see who's really on top. I think both these guys look to be in great condition today.
Yeah, everybody today actually looked to be in pretty good form so far. I was surprised. I thought it would take a little bit more time for the rest to be shaken off, but it seems like these guys did not really let up on the gas that much with practice, even with the long off season coming into GSL 2025.
So we're going to go to Ley Lines. This map name breaks my brain. I want to say Key Limes.
Key
when
Limes?
I see it, yeah, I don't know why. We're going to go to Ley Lines here. Then we're going to go to the Artosis map for map number 2.
Ley lines were like that almost spiritual belief of like lines in the ground, the earth that carried power, right?
Really?
It's like druidic or something. I might be
had
crazy.
no idea.
Anyway, game number 1 is starting.
Well, you're crazy, but you might be right about that. So. All right, Cure in the top right, Solar in the bottom left.
Ooh.
SCV already out. 2 SCVs out.
Oh, let's go.
Where's number 3?
I don't think there's a third one. Come on, Cure. You know you want to do it. All right, just going to be the 2 racks.
You know, I've been in the process of casting ASL. That's the sister tournament to the GSL, the StarCraft 1 tournament. We're in the going into the round of 4 next week. But I was thinking about proxying buildings in StarCraft 1 versus StarCraft 2. And you know what's interesting is, like, StarCraft 1, there's way more unbuildable terrain everywhere.
Yeah, I noticed that the few times I tried playing StarCraft 1. I'm like, why can't I build a gateway here? I'm supposed to 9-9 gate this guy. What is going on?
And it's by design. I'm curious what would happen if they implemented that more in StarCraft 2. I'm not for or against it. I'm pretty agnostic about it, to be honest, but it makes me wonder. Because every time I'm casting both the games, I'm like, and there's a lot of places you can proxy in StarCraft 1, but like compared to StarCraft 2, it's like the map is a blank canvas, okay?
Yeah, that's true. With the exception of like the pylon, you can't build on the low ground wall on a Zerg anymore,
Right,
at the natural ramp. I don't know. Brood War, I didn't really play much of it, and so I don't have any. Oh, is this? Hold that thought. Actually, do we have a third hatchery coming in? Is he suspicious? No. No. Are you hiding it because you think there's a Reaper? Oh my God! All right. No, triple bunker! Oh no! All right, Spawn Crawler is getting thrown down right now for Solar. Unfortunately, only has money for one of them right now. SCV is getting pulled. Or drone's getting pulled, excuse me. The RNG right now, pretty good on these SCVs here on the bottom two sides. Is there enough surface area to actually take this bunker down? Hold on a second, Tasteless. Drone's now chasing in. Those two SCVs should be able to complete the bunker, but the drones, enough of them been pulled, they might just be able to force the Terran away?
Well, hold on a second. I mean, this is almost all the drones, right?
Yeah.
There's not an income for the time being. Zerg is locked in at 38 minerals.
Yeah, it seems like Solar's game plan is just basically try and zone out the Marines, do not let them get into the bunker. The Queen's even kind of forming a body block, but keep in mind, Solar lost a lot of drones, 6 drones in total this early trying to get that defense set up.
So Zerg supply block now, but I don't know if that really matters. Queens are quite good against, Marines without any reinforcements. Gonna get a final kill on the drone down here. So where are we? As, the dust settles from the rush, a command center is gonna start. Man, I thought that was like 100% win.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize there was going to be so much surface area on that bottom bunker.
Well, we haven't cast that rush in a while. That was like really common the first couple of years the game came out, and it's not used as much.
I feel like the maps in general have been worse for it.
Yeah,
it's a large
I think
part
so.
of it.
Yeah.
But every time we get a new map pool like this one, especially one with so many new maps, very often somebody's going to try some shenanigans, whether it's like a Protoss player with like cannons and a proxy robo or something, or a Terran with triple bunker. It always happens. And for Solar, I am very impressed that he was able to defend that push. I saw those 3 bunkers go down with the drone not spotting the SCV, not spotting the Marines, getting ready to throw down a third hatch. And I thought Solar was dead to rights, but
I had the exact same thoughts.
It was he had just enough service area to take down that third bunker. And now we're going to transition into kind of a standard game. We have, is this triple CC here from Cure? Factory now coming down. It's looking more normal, but the path that we took to get here was certainly a bizarre one.
Yeah, it's funny that a game this crazy kind of ends up back in a normal game. Like if you just walked into the studio and looked at the map, or be like, oh yeah, okay, normal game.
Oh, Solar
guess,
really wants that hatch.
I guess the one bad thing for Solar right now is he doesn't have 3 hatches.
Yeah, and then also
you're really supposed to have him at this point in time. He's getting 12 lings with speed, which is quite a bit.
Yeah, the speed is really late though, just because Solar had no mining for such a long time. Basically, 90% of his economy was pulled to chase down the Marines and make sure he could defend his natural expansion. And that means that Cure, with just the residual Marines left from the initial push, is able to shark around on the map, delay the third hatchery there from Zerg. And meanwhile, Terran about to have his 3rd orbital up and soon triple SCV production. So I think Cure, even though he didn't get the win outright that I'm sure he was gunning for, still in a really good position here.
So where does Solar want to take the game from here? For Terran, it's pretty straightforward, right? You're not really doing anything too dramatic. You're just like getting all your upgrades. You'll probably do a drop or 2 here or there. He's getting his other gases. But like, what kind of game does Zerg want to have exactly from here is what I'm wondering.
I don't know.
Anytime you hold off a rush, each rush that's held is always different from the one before it, right? It's not like, when you're both playing macro games and you're hitting all your build order timings perfectly, so we know sort of exactly where the game's going to be. Every rush, a different number of drones was killed, a different number of Marines was wiped out in the process. And so I'm always interested in, whenever you see a guy that holds a rush, how exactly does he try to get back into the game in a way that makes sense? Because I think for Terran, as far as the way this game goes, it's much more straightforward.
Yeah, Solar's going to really need to try and just anchor down his defense, because Cure, even those barracks had to fly all the way back to his base. He's had so much time to produce Marines. Oh, Stim almost done. They're going to be stutter stepping forward. Does get one Queen pick off for free and then zooms his way into the main base. Actually going to go for the drop. He did double back for a second there, but now with Stim done, there are just not enough Lings on the ground to really contest this. Solar has to wait for the next round of Lings to come in. No production tab up just yet, so we don't know exactly how many are in queue. And Cure's been able to work his way into the natural, well, not the natural, the main base mineral line right here. He's going to go for the spotting pool.
Yeah, should get this.
I mean, the transfuses should just be barely enough.
I guess it's fine as long as he gets out.
Yeah. But this is the scary thing for Solar, is just that Cure, although those barracks lifted very early, there still are a lot more Marines on the map than you would otherwise have in a situation like this one, especially with Solar's third base being so late. And when you want to defend with Lings like this too, you're very starved for Larva with such a late third hatchery. But now the layer's online, double evolution chamber coming in, fourth hatchery as well here for Solar at the 9 o'clock expansion. And with Baneling speed, I feel like he's weathered the storm quite well thus far. He did lose a Queen, he did lose, I think, a couple of drones there in the main base, but the damage potential for Cure with that initial medevac drop, I think, was a lot higher than actually came to fruition.
Yeah. So from here, it's going to be Zerg in a growth game. Try to keep building up, get as much of the map covered in creep as possible, which, by the way, the creep's pretty bad this game. And try to get a fourth base. And, you know, this has been thematic in TVCs since the dawn of StarCraft 2 is generally the fourth base is the soft spot in the middle of the game. And if you can break it, you can win. And he's already done it once. It's a cancel, but you really don't care how that hatchery comes to an end. Yeah, you want that gone. You want to reset him. Because while Terran's on 3 bases and Zerg's on 3 bases, that means the Terran is more quickly going to get to the economic lead. In fact, he may already sort of be there now that this fourth base is being reset. And from the Terran's position, this is kind of a straightforward game. You roam, you wait for a moment to push in, which is usually right before the fourth hatch finishes again. And then you try to poke it out again. And it's a very basic way the game can be ended.
And Cure knows that Solar has to go for creep spread to secure this fourth base.
I thought the hatch was just going to start and instantly get killed. I'm like, that's the worst.
But Cure's playing this really smart.
Yeah.
The fact that you pointed that the creep spread isn't very good on these, you know, sides of the map just makes it so hard for Solar to expand to the fourth base, and Cure just continuing to hammer down that position with drops like that one is such a thorn in the side here of Zerg, especially with such a larva-intensive composition like all of this Ling Baneling. I mean, I feel like the Baneling count might even be a little bit higher than Solar would have preferred, just because he doesn't have larva to spend on other units, right? He has to invest all this money into the Baneling to really macro effectively. And with Cure now on double factory, you know, Burrow Widowmine going to be coming in pretty soon. Already 4 siege tanks, a beautiful spread on these tanks, a lot of it also off creep. Even if Solar gets an insane arc and tries to collapse on this position, I'm not sure he's going to get a favorable trade, Tasteless. And in fact, Solar's just going to go for the counterattack right now at the third base.
Oh, it's not walled in. But it's daunting enough. I actually think he should have committed there.
Yeah, I think he might have thought Cure had more.
I think he got spooked and thought there was a lot more back there. There's no Widow Mines here or anything hidden, so he just kind of saw that and ran back. He's going to try to retake this, I guess, but once again, like I was talking about earlier, this is just going to be a game of poking out the fourth base.
Yeah, I mean, Cure just with the tempo advantage from the very early game. You can see what a difference it makes in a situation like this one where Solar just cannot take these fourth bases. The creep spread isn't there because it doesn't have the map control. And without a fourth hatchery, there's very little larva to go around. The economy is lower. I mean, Terran is maxed and Zerg's at 167. This is just insane.
Yeah, this game should be over. A real masterclass in winning TVZ in the mid-game, by the way.
Yeah.
You're really not making any mistakes. I like the opening. That was exciting to see. But, you know, this is just him sort of playing a clean game.
And people have gotten so good at transitioning out of those kind of insane situations, like a triple bunker rush. I mean, Cure did not miss a beat, and soon he's going to have 2-2 against the 1-1 here of Solar, and that's going to be his cue to charge in here into the third base. Cure says, enough denying fourths. I'm going to go for your third. I'm going to go right into the heart of the Zerg swarm. And Solar's going to try and fight back, but one of my shots are fantastic, and there are so many Marines on that south side. The Baneling Focus Fire, just spectacular from Cure. Even enough Marines to assist against the reinforcements coming in there from Solar, and Akira just ran a clinic in TVZ on that map.
You're absolutely murdering. Again, I think one of the favorites for this whole season.
Yeah.
He has put the hours in. He is one of the greatest Terrans that has ever been in StarCraft 2 and 1. You know, let's see what Solar can do. I think some of that, you know, it's funny because like the rush was held right, but there was also this fundamental problem that like drones weren't mining for a long time and the third hatch never started.
Right.
I would almost describe that as what was losing for the Zerg.
Yeah.
Even though he held, he had to chase the Marines an absurdly long distance and didn't get his third base started. And Terran just makes a command center home and walks home with the Marines.
You made 2 command centers.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I stand corrected.
Full
Makes
green.
2 CCs. And, you know, remember, even though Zerg survives, he wasn't mining. He can't make lings and counterattack.
Yeah, his speed is going to be delayed because of the mining too, and then he doesn't have map control for the speed or for the additional hatches. And
all right, guys, time to make an Artosis pylon joke. Remember 2010? Me too. I was there too.
All right, Pylon LE, Cure versus Solar here in the winners match. If Cure wins, he's going to advance on into the round of 8. Our game is loading up. Let's get to it.
I feel like we're making fun of the Artosis pylon while he's not here. He's just going to walk in the studio. It's going to be like Carrie.
I really never left him, did it?
No. It's actually
Even
crazy.
today, it's just,
that meme is still there.
It's just the lexicon. It's permanent
just
at this
part
point.
of the thing, man. Okay, so no proxy racks this time on our first cast here on Pylon. So we got a game where I hope that Solar can try to do what he wants to do. A lot of his games today have been people basically trying to shut him down before he gets started.
Yeah, Reynor was playing that way quite a bit. All that GSL 2025 Season 1.
I love that.
Great drawings.
I love that.
Oh, it's so much fun to be back in this studio.
Yeah.
I missed this. It was, what, almost a year gap between...
It was 11 months.
The last season
We
of
could
GSL
have had a
and
child
now.
in that amount of time, all right?
Could already be training that baby
Literally,
to play StarCraft.
yeah, that's true. That baby could have already been GM with Protoss. No, I mean, it's one of the... There was one other year where there was like an insane amount of downtime. It was something where like, I think Blizzard hadn't... It was like a change of the guard at Blizzard. This was like maybe 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And I remember just not working for months. And every week I'm like, they're going to tell me what the schedule is soon. And it went on for so long. It was like maybe 5 months of no StarCraft 2. But this time around, it's been the longest.
Yeah.
For sure.
I was coping hard.
Let's you know, give ourselves credit. This is the longest we could have gone as far as seasons of StarCraft 2 in a year, because anything more would have been 12 months, right? Like, that would have been the entire year.
Yeah.
But now we're speed running it.
It's going to be a crazy couple of months.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of StarCraft 2.
And I certainly felt for the players, too, when we watched those intro videos at the very start of the broadcast, just asking how everybody felt while we waited for the news.
While we waited 1,000 years for people will never meet to sort this out.
Yeah, Solar talking about how he felt basically aimless, waiting for StarCraft 2 to essentially return in some capacity.
Well, these tournaments give you a sense of purpose, right?
I mean, they give me a purpose, too, right?
It makes me think, 100%, yeah. It makes me think of, like, back when I was really young, like, you know, in middle school and high school, my tournament was WCG. We only had one of them every year, and there was always a World Finals for it, but, you know, you'd have your regional qualifier, and it was always like at a Comp USA or a Korean PC cafe in LA, or, you know what I mean, is something somewhere, a failing Midwestern PC cafe that's not going to be there in 2 years. And then eventually you'd qualify for the USA Finals, and then the people that qualified for that would go to the World Finals, and that's kind of a North Star, you know. It's something that, you know, for how hard this game is and how much of your life you have to devote to it, it's a way to identify, okay, did my hard work pay off? How far did I get? Where did I rank? And all that.
Yeah, it's the path to take, but I mean, for a lot of us, I'm sure not even us, just the players, but also everybody watching GSL. StarCraft 2 has been such an integral part of our lives, especially our entertainment. I mean, I've probably spent thousands of hours, not just obviously playing, but also just watching streams, watching tournaments, just digesting everything there is in StarCraft 2 for, what, 15 years now? Half my life.
Right.
And to have a break like that one, it's just, it's tough. It's tough on the heart.
Yeah, 100% it was.
It's so good to be back. And especially the games so far today have been as spectacular as ever. You can tell the players haven't missed a beat, so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to be back here in the studio for sure. So, Kira's going for a very different route. It's a build we've seen 1,000 times before. It's going to be Hellions into Banshees with Cloak.
Yeah, more of a almost classical TVZ build. I feel like it's been a minute since we've seen this kind of opening with Hellions and Cloak Banshees and a really fast third CC.
It's a build order that's been around in every iteration and patch of StarCraft 2. And, you know, it does feel like it hasn't been as common maybe in last year. I don't feel like I cast as many games of it.
Yeah, it felt a little bit more rare, I would say, but I'm curious to see how it plays out on this one. Here on Pylon, because the map just seems so wide and there's so many different paths to traverse, I kind of like it as a choice because I'm looking at this in terms of how I would creep spread as a Zerg, and it looks like a lot of work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for
so
sure.
Getting the map control out early here with the Banshees and with the Hellions, especially with the greed behind that third command center. You know, if Kira, even if he can't find too much damage economically with these initial units, if he's able just to thwart the creep spread similar to the way that he did in game number 1, then finally, once his economy kicks into gear, the 5 racks gets online, maybe even 8 racks get online, it's going to be very hard for Solar to once again take those periphery bases. And maybe it won't be the 4th hatchery that's an issue of contention, but instead that 5th hatchery will be so difficult. So I love this choice of build-in from Kira, coming in here on the main base as well, just getting 3 drones for free, popping right back out, keeping his tabs on the creep spread. It's a really smart build order selection here on Pylon.
Yeah, bit of control play. You know, keeping the creep back, especially when you have a map this massive, is extremely important, right? It's going to give you a lot more mobility. Oh!
Yeah, a bit of a fumble there from Kira.
Yeah, the bad trajectory there on the Banshee. And, you know, losing even one of the Banshees is a pretty big deal because the 2 of them together, they can one-shot drones and, you know, create more threats on the map. So, you know, when you see units like that wiped out, it really softens the amount of control that you're going to have on the map. So he's still continuing to clean creep out here. We should point out this is a pretty gargantuan map. Travel distance is huge, but I guess if Terran, you know, Zerg win fights when Terran's retreating on creep.
It's a big map in like the width, but the third to third distance from the triangle thirds is actually quite close.
That's
I mean,
true.
Kira's basically already here at the front door.
Oh, I meant it's a big map in heart.
And with this choke point as well coming in, and the creep start being as pushed far back as it is, again, Kira stimming forward, getting basically every single creep tumor. Ooh, even going to get a couple queens. At least one of them comes down. Solar now trying to intercept some reinforcements here in the middle of the map, but not finding any. Kira looks like he's not going for a potential 5th base. He's looking to start taking down this 4th right here where the workers already mining from it.
Okay.
And Solar's going to have to retreat because his forces are going for the counterattack here in the 3rd. A lot of SCVs are going to fall already, more than a dozen of them going down.
And, you know, the damage has already been done to the Terran.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you can see Kira's trying to start it up, but he hasn't really reached the goal. That's the hatchery, that's the drones. Meanwhile, back here, the SCVs are already down, and the depots are going to fall next.
Yeah, really smart move there by Solar, especially because Kira, again, going back to that one Banshee falling, you know, he only has 1 instead of 2 back at home to clean those lings up. It's a lot harder to actually linchpin your defense there at the 3rd base with those Banshees. There's only 1 of them. So taking a little bit more damage for that reason. He will eventually get the 4th hatchery. But Solar absolutely doing a lot more damage this time. It's just a scary position again because of the creep spread situation. I'm looking at the 4th base now all the way in the top right side of the map. And that's another position that, you know, if Kira pivots his army over there, there isn't a lot of creep spread to give Solar the room that he needs to get, you know, like a 270-degree arc and come in for the surround on that army. But Cure's actually just pushing closer and closer towards the natural Tasteless.
Yeah, you know, Cure's not letting up. And that's going to be another big attack in there. Look, this is looking really bad for Cure, but there is a world where all these units kill more SCVs, and then the push from Cure still gets deeper.
Yeah, we basically have more Marines than Lings on the map right now.
I think a lot of people have experienced this in their own games where they're counterattacking and it feels good, and you're like, oh, I never really dealt with this threat. You know, this creeping push that's getting closer and closer to my core infrastructure.
Yeah, Cure is effectively all in with this one. I don't think he's resumed SCV production. He's only at 41 workers, but his army is so massive right now.
Do you see all the Hellbats at the bottom under the tanks?
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, he's got them all there so that when the Ling, because it's most likely going to be just a Ling Bane counterattack in there. Okay, so he's going to try to come through here. I think just north of that screenshot. Wait, hold on. He moved the Hellbats. Never mind.
All right, Solar coming in on both sides right now. This is the fight that he needs to win. It's a really good arc. The Bailey's coming in from the bottom side. The Marines, they barely snipe them down, and there is just enough. Will these Baileys get the connections they need? Connections are good, but not great. GG, and Cure wins 2-0.
Damn.
Just a little bit too much army, and it was exactly what you said, Tasteless. I mean, Solar, the counterattacks were fantastic, but at the end of the day, Cure's army never really took damage, and there was just enough. I mean, if he had like a dozen less Marines, probably Solar cleans up that fight and is able to win the game, but control just impeccable there from Cure, and he is going to be the first player to advance from Group A into the round of 8.
What a hell of a series. Cure kind of expressing his ability in two very different ways. We're going to go to an interview now. Andy's here to translate it, and I'm going to be quiet for a little bit.
Cure, so you managed to move on as first seed of the group. How do you feel? In the first match and in the winners match, you definitely showed a lot of focus in some dangerous moments. And now you move on to the round of 8. How do you feel? Well, my first opponent was SOS. I didn't know what to do, so I was kinda, intimidated in the beginning. And it's been an offline match in a long time. So, things didn't go really well as I had planned to. But in the end, I'm really happy. I'm really glad that I won in the end. And I think I was able to keep myself poised until the end, which was really instrumental to the win. That's right, so SO has returned to the scene after 4 years of hiatus. I mean, yeah, he and I are really close. I know how hard he tries behind the scene. And, we are all trying really hard in the stage, and luckily I was able to win. And now that you move on to the round of 8, you will be allocated in Group A. There are some very fearsome players in the group. There's Hero and Byeon in the group. They're waiting for you. It is a group that I wanted to avoid if possible. Oh, SOS is just like getting in the way. Oh, I guess we gave him a shout out or something. Yeah, so in Group A we have Byeon and Hero. I did lose a lot of matches against Hero recently. But if I prep well for GSL, I think I can give some good results. So I am quite confident. So you mentioned that Protoss is difficult to face. But against Solar, who's a Zerg player, you were able to come out dominant in both sets. So is there a special reason for that? So I try to cheese my way through the shortest route. And I think that was kind of my tendency in those games. So you'll be playing the round of 8 match soon. So anything you want to say to the fans? So I'm really glad to the GSL staff for making this happen again. And also very thank you to the patron donators, everyone that has helped make this show happen again. And I myself am trying really hard for this GSL season, so I'll try to give my best result. Congratulations, Cure. Thank you.
Excellent work as always. I don't work on camera that fast.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm laid back with cucumbers on my eyes like this. Excellent work, Andy. That was funny to see SOS just walk on.
It's been a long time since he's been on GSL,
That's how
man.
bad he wants it. That's my interview. We'll be right back.
Would you feel better if I said that this touch could last forever? Every moment I'm with you feels like heaven. If I said this is love, would you feel better? Better. Would you feel better if I said that this touch could last forever? Every moment I'm with you feels like heaven. If I said this is love, would you feel better? Better. Would you feel better? Keep on running. 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 Keep on running.
And we are back. Welcome, everybody. Reynor and SOS. What a mix of two different eras of StarCraft 2. One of these two players will be eliminated. The other will fight Solar in the final match of Group A in Season 1 of the GSL. So this is going to be our very first player of the whole year eliminated. It's going to be sad to see either one go because both these guys are such legends, so important to the game. Reynor has been living in Korea off and on, hungry to win a GSL. This is the last, you know when you play Steam games and you unlock stuff?
You get the achievements.
Yeah, normally I don't even want them. Well, these are the achievements he wants. This is the last thing he needs to kind of have done everything in StarCraft 2.
Yeah, he's got 99% achievement on Steam right now.
He's got this one
like,
obscure thing.
I just need the GSL title. Give me that pin. And
exactly.
I respect it so much, too, to come out here. I mean, so many foreign players never came out to Korea to compete for whatever reason. Not saying there's anything wrong with that.
Oh,
but the fact that Reynor
I'm saying it's messed up. I'll say it.
But for Reynor to come out here and just, put his heart on the line and practice as hard as he does for GSL like this, you can't help but cheer for him. I think everybody wants him to succeed. But
100%.
At the same time, almost like the Cinderella story of SOS coming back to StarCraft 2 in 2025 after the longest hiatus on his road to EWC. It's a brilliant storyline, but sadly for one of these players, it's going to end here. Reynor versus SOS. Let's get started with the elimination match of Group A.
Okay, Reynor in the top right, SOS in the bottom left. Finally a PVZ for us today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see PVZ on this patch between Reynor and SOS here in GSL. I've been loving this matchup on the ladder, and I know the Zergs have been hating it.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of complaining. I have a hard time ever telling how authentic Zerg complaints are because they have won more. And Terran seems to have done fine. I know that people are going to be pulling their hair out saying that. I'm like, sorry, I was just looking at,
I can hear the
tournament
threads.
results. I know that maybe the ladder means something different to you guys, but like, I always think we have these tournaments where everybody comes together. We do crown champions. But yeah, historically, there's been a lot of complaints about Protoss. I don't feel like they have delivered anywhere near as much in the last couple of years. But let's see. Let's see how it's going to be played. By the way, however the matchup functions now in the meta, I don't know if it's going to be relevant to how the game is going to look with SOS playing. He has never really played like anybody else. Came from Chile. That is a long trip.
Wow.
Welcome. And action.
Don't Reynor on my parade. I like that.
Nice. Well done. I'm like, no, cameraman, go back. I don't get it. Well done.
I do wonder how SS is going to play. I feel like in PvZ, you kind of need to leverage the new energy charge ability on the Nexus in some way. So I feel like almost no matter what, the way that SOS is going to be approaching this matchup, he's going to be relying on that in some capacity. Like, he will hinge a lot of the builds on that. But it is possible that he does something with some real flair. He has been known to be one of the most unpredictable players of all time in StarCraft 2.
Yeah, he's always done something unique. By the way, if he dies out, I don't know when we're going to see him next in StarCraft 2.
Yeah, hopefully GSL Season 2.
yeah. Well, I mean, he's got to qualify, right? I mean,
right.
It was kind of a stunning thing that he got, this deep. There were several other players that we thought would be making it here. There's always a couple plot twists in a GSL as far as who makes it, and then it's the usual suspects. But I don't know, man. Is this going to be the last time we see SOS if he doesn't perform well here?
I hope not. I feel like the game is just better when SOS is playing it. He brings so much to the table.
He is literally my favorite player to cast out of all the StarCrafts.
Yeah,
I've had more fun trying to figure out what he's doing. He's surprised me more than anybody else.
For a long time in my StarCraft 2, viewing experience throughout my life, the Protoss players that I love to watch the most, being a Protoss player myself, it's a Void Ray. Of course, he's not going to go for an Oracle and charge it up with energy. That would be too meta. It's going to be a Void Ray. It's SOS. But usually is somebody who would watch mostly on the basis of what can I learn and incorporate into my own play.
Right.
SOS is terrible. You cannot watch SOS play and try to emulate him and find any success. It doesn't
Yeah.
work. It does not work. You need to watch somebody like Parting or somebody like Rain. But still, there's just some addictive allure about his approach and how unique it is in every single matchup over the history of StarCraft 2. And it's a Fleet Beacon!
It's Fleet Beacon on
Let's
two
get
bases.
a mothership and charge it up! Do they even have energy anymore?
Right?
I don't know. I'm wondering if this is going to be Tempest.
Could be.
I have no clue what the game plan is. Okay, second Stargate. This is Tempest.
Yep. Tempest.
Well, I mean,
time.
I guess it's SOS. It could be carriers.
Yeah, it's
a fool's errand to try and predict anything this guy does.
Yeah, this is always tough to predict what he's going to do. But yeah, I mean, I guess we can kind of look at how many resources are coming in on two bases and what can you feasibly make with that. I guess it would be Tempest, but I'm happy to be wrong when I'm casting SOS's games, you know?
Yeah, somewhere in America, Ganning is smiling. The Tempest build rises again. Oh, this build is so much fun.
This would have been a good sponsored match by Tempest Rising here. Just come out here. Listen, we got a new game coming out. We want you to go for this build.
Yeah. Early Roachborn coming in here from Reynor. How many drones does he have? 41. Handful more in production, so he's going to go up to 46. I think he doesn't know exactly what the game plan is here from SOS. One of the things about the Void Ray is it is very good at just shutting down the scouting of your Zerg opponent. It can snipe the Overlord. It's good at pushing away Lings. It covers a lot of area. Oh no! Not like this.
Even the Tempest stopped moving.
Oh yeah, the Tempest is just stunned. It's like, wait, you guys let what happen at home? I mean, the micro is pretty good here for SOS, only losing 2 probes, 3 probes, I guess, but the main issue right now is the fact that the Tempest tech got revealed. Ideally here as Protoss, you kind of want this to be a surprise so that you can snipe at least 1 hatchery. You want to have, I think it's 5, God, it's been a long time since I've done or seen this build. I believe it's 5 Tempest to 1-shot a Queen. I believe so. And so there's certain critical masses of Tempest count that you want to snipe down hatcheries, to snipe down Queens, and get a lot of value as you most likely will transition into a more quote-unquote standard game after that against a player of Reynor's caliber. But these Lings getting a lot done. Getting into the main base, now coming into the third, killing the shield battery with no cancel. And Reynor has had a lot of time to prepare. He's about to have like 10 Queens on the ground, 8 with 2 more, I think, in production.
Yeah, he's going to just get his Spire up here, so he'll have the units to counter this. Part of what makes what SOS is doing strong is that it would blindside you, but that didn't happen this time because, you know, basically it was scouted by the Ling run in there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate here. I mean, he is getting damage done, but you have to think about the cost of 5 Tempests like this with the upgrade to take down buildings. It's a lot of investment for maybe a dozen drone kills and some lost mining time.
Well, also these units, it's hard to use them after this rush is over, right?
Right. There's probably going to be a swell of Corruptors after this that'll just completely rain on his parade.
That swell of Corruptors comboed with anything that's on the ground will probably wipe out the third. I think this is a really bad position. We have 6 Corruptors making right now. All Reynor has to do is basically buy time.
SOS is doing a pretty good job of using this airspace, by the way. Even though this was not a surprise, he's killed so many Queens. And this hatchery is probably going to fall. 9 Corruptors about to pop.
Oh my god.
Oh. How is he getting so much done with this, Tasteless?
He gets it. He gets it.
And he recalls. Oh, one's going to fall, but still, that's... Given the situation that SOS was in, this is nice. And behind all of this, he did not stop Voider production. He's got 3 on the field. He's getting Flux Veins. He's getting +1 air weapons right now. SOS is playing his own game. But will he have enough static defense, enough air to stop these Corruptors? I think he might. 4 Void Rays against 9 Corruptors with the Tempest support. With shield batteries on the ground. This is kind of a crazy situation. Man, it is such a treat to have him back in GSL. I love this.
I mean, he's always bringing new ideas. There's just nobody that ever plays like him ever. So, I mean, I thought that was going to fail. Honestly, I did because it was scouted. I think my casting kind of brought me into a conclusion where I'm like, well, if you see this, then you're going to stop it, right? Because there's a reason why you don't just do this blindly, you know, every game, right? And so I thought, okay, he's going to hold it. Well, I was totally wrong. I mean, he actually managed to snipe the hatchery and get out. So Reynor's in really bad shape. The Corruptors are all made, but like, you know, you can't just fly your Corruptors into their base without something to fight on the ground, and we're not really there yet. Now he's massing up more and more Corruptors. I guess you could try to win a fight in the air, and then, you know, bile down the Nexus. You know, in the current state of StarCraft 2, it's batteries and not cannons defending Nexuses. So maybe that's what he wants to do.
But I actually love this transition coming in from SOS. He's adding on 6 more gateways. I think that's going to bring his count up to maybe 8 or 10 with Charge, with Storm. And if Reynor overcommits to the Corruptors here, he might just not have enough on the ground to deal with what SOS is going to bring to the table.
Even 1 or 2 Archons here with this is so nasty for the Corruptors.
I'm so curious about what army SOS is going to show while he takes this 4th base, because if he just shows Sky Toss with Void Rays, with +1 air weapons, with Flux Veins, then Reynor might just kind of keep feeding into this Corruptor count going up and up and up. And that could be good for SOS, as the Corruptor's now going to come in. They will take down the Cybernetics Core.
That's a smart snipe. It hadn't even occurred to me to try to do that. You know, normally the Cybernetics Core is not really a target. It's like you'll take it if you can get it, but I guess if you're going for a big air fleet here, it makes a lot more sense.
Okay, he spots the Templar. And actually, the way that SOS is setting up for this, I'm wondering whether he's just going to try and play a macro game. You know, I thought with the initial gateways and with the forge timing with Charge that he might be gearing up to try and go for some kind of attack, but it's looking more and more like defensive posturing here for Protoss, as Reynor now coming in towards the 12 o'clock position, pushes in. Tempest, Archons, and Templar will send him right back. But soon SOS is going to be on 4 bases with a basically fully fleshed out tech tree. Now, the supply leaves a little bit to be desired here for SOS, but economically, he's not in a bad position. He's going to have +2 ground weapons soon. He already has +1 air weapons. This is a very interesting game.
We kind of fell back into what we were talking about with PvZ in this game. I mean, it was a wild opening, and SOS pulled it off with the hatchery kill and narrowly escaped, but now we're into like a very turtled up Protoss that's going to be really hard to engage into. And Zerg is going to slowly grow out on the map. We're ramping up to maxed out on both sides.
It's a lot of Archons, Tasteless.
Yeah, the Archons make it kind of impossible for the Corruptors to fight. Corruptors don't kill Tempest immediately. And, you know, with Archons and just the way that units bunch up in StarCraft 2, like, it can be devastating if those Corruptors are underneath the Archons for even a second or two.
Yeah, I would love to have just one Oracle on the map constantly tagging these Corruptors to keep vision.
Yeah, I think as long as SOS controls the army right, I think it does just beat what we're seeing here from Reynor. The Ravagers are a smart addition. You know, Tempest and Void Rays aren't that fast. It's kind of hard to both fight and glide out of the way, dodge the shots.
Yeah, the lurker transition. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just going to say there's a 5th base coming here. That's it. Go ahead.
Fungal's huge right now on that. Doesn't quite get the big damage done on the Void Rays, but at least one of them does fall down, as Reynor looking for the wombo combo of the Fungal and all those biles while he transitions into lurker tech. And SOS, he's actually going to commit to the fight stasis. He's coming in. There's a lot of energy on those Templar. Maybe 5 Storms right now in the bank. So many Archons on the ground. The Corruptors nowhere to be seen. Storm really big on those Ravagers. The Archons continuing to push in. Rotary Max coming in right now for Reynor. The Protoss army is starting to thin out a little bit here. Air finally cleaned up by all of those Corruptors, but there aren't that many Roaches and Ravagers on the ground. Reynor right now, he's waiting for this Remax to come right in, but if it trickles in from all these bases with Archons on them, it might be tough for him to actually get a good fight.
I don't know that SOS can make this work. It seems like Reynor kind of took each fight separately.
Yeah.
You know, Archons and Storm with a couple Zealots, it feels strong initially, but once the Archons are isolated, you know, they take full damage on their shields. Reynor just tries to snipe the Nexus, realizes he can't really fight it there. He might go to the main, though, and see what he can kill over there. Now, from here, Reynor is maxed out and will probably have a devastating, if not fatal, counterattack as he goes across the map.
Yeah, Reynor now pushing in to the 12 o'clock position with just enough Roaches and Ravagers. Even the shield batteries and cannons are going to be able to help out that much in the defense here for SOS. as the Corruptors, yeah, they are getting thwarted here by the Stalkers, but the real story is this army all the way at the 4th base of SOS as he is getting pushed back. I just don't think there's going to be enough on the ground here for Protoss to stop what Reynor's got as he navigates a really tricky game to a victory here in map number 1, or at least I was thinking that the Stalkers do come back and push him.
I think that eventually he can push in here. It's just tier 1. If he gets enough storms, I think he can hold. I think there's a real Achilles heel at the bottom center between those two bases, and he could basically divide and conquer over there. Reynor has not really grown out on the map that much, by the way. Creep spread is pretty stagnant. That usually happens in games where they start out kind of in unusual circumstances.
I think I called this way too early. I mean, with the Templar energy like this as well.
Well, I mean, let's see. He's got the Lurkers coming up here now.
Storm's pretty good right there, just zoning away. But these Lurkers anchoring this position between the 4th and the 5th base is tough. That's what's just barely threading the needle out of range. But it is so hard with a Stalker army like this one, especially with Templar, to try and push into these Lurkers. He's just picking away at whatever he can here with these Stalkers. That's what's with some really resilient control.
Ling counter over here. The Immortal's isolated. This Nexus is probably going to fall. The Lurkers are painful to move through.
Well, the Zealots, they might be able to walk past them a little bit and get a good surround. Storm also there on the Lurkers, but there's so much damage being done. Those Templars so low on HP. Oh, the Lurker cleans up, I think, 3 of them.
Oh, this has no shields. The reinforcements have to come here quickly for Reynor. He's got a foothold, but he has to get the finishing blow-off in the 2 spots at 6 o'clock. I don't even know if SOS is microing this. I think he's busy trying to make stuff back at home. He comes back here, blinks away for a second. Not going to buy him much more time. He's got Corruptors in the front to try to soak Stalker shots and kind of sandbag progress on the Lurkers over here. Reynor's got a lot in production. Eggs are popping. He's going to come in. He's going to try to shove onto this base. If he takes this base out, it'll be Protoss on 3 bases to Zerg's 5.
It's going to be so hard for SOS to break out of this contain right now. But he's got something. He is on a timer with these Lurkers inching towards that base. He's trying to set up a position here in the middle of the map, but there just isn't enough units and not really any splash damage to deal with these Lings either. They're just going to clean it up. So that 4th base continuing to take damage. More probes falling.
I don't think SOS can win now.
No.
And, you know, it's funny. He looked like he might be able to manage in the middle of this game, and then it eventually just fell apart. Is he going to ooze down the building, or he might just let the Lurkers do the work? More and more Lurkers and Lings are going to keep being produced. He's going to wipe this building. And, I mean, I guess Protoss can try to expand up here. It looks like he's going to long-distance mine with some of this. He doesn't have enough patches to use them anywhere else.
Nice catch on these Lurkers, but the economy right now for SOS is just abysmal. Basically half the income of his Zerg opponent right now. And there was some good control. Oh, no, the Templar is getting caught. 2 high-energy Templars getting taken down. They do get 1 good storm off on the Hydras, but not going to kill very many of them at all as more probes fall. SOS with just 1 last Hail Mary attack here, trying to push into the base of Reynor. But there's just no good way for him to really deal with all of these Lurkers there at his 3rd base. GG is called.
Crazy game. Reynor takes it. Orthodox play. Powers through. Maybe the most creative player in StarCraft 2. I wonder if that game would have looked different had the Lings not scouted it, but, you know, he made, what was it, like 11 queens down there?
It was a lot of queens.
It was a lot, and, you know, the hatchery still went down. I think SOS could have probably won that game had Reynor not gotten the up and up and produced so many queens that he was able to curb the progress of that strategy.
Yeah, he would have been in a better position for sure. And then also during that fight when SOS was pushing initially with the air, with the Archons, with the Templar into the 3rd base of Reynor, I was watching the production tab, and so many units were getting warped in from SOS.
Yeah.
I thought for some reason they were going to be on the front line, and that would make it so challenging for Reynor to actually corral all of his forces from all these different bases, all being attacked by Zealots, but there actually was no forward warping point there for SOS. So Reynor got like 1 or 2 more production rounds in, and all of SOS's units were streaming across the map, and he just could not build the momentum to finally break through. Reynor wins map number 1.
Ultra Love.
Ultra Love.
Not the map name, but just how I'm feeling right now that we're back. Guys, let's get into game 2. Remember, the loser of this series is out of the GSL. Reynor upper right, SOS bottom left. And this is probably just a probe scout.
Whoa. It's a black hole down there.
Yeah, I imagine the probe just gets sucked in there. So that will block the. So sorry. I thought there was something in the middle map for a second. That will block the normal location of the hatchery. So he just goes down here and puts that at the third.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder how SOS is going to approach this game. He's been doing some really zany stuff.
Well, it's not surprising, right? I mean, he knows that he's not going to just be able to do like what the meta is and do it necessarily better, even though I think he would probably do pretty well if he did that. He knows he can look at a situation and intuit, build orders or concepts that other players are, he's just sort of built to play RTS games and look at them a certain way.
He's built to play Protoss especially.
Yes, no, he's a Protoss is Protoss for sure.
But I feel like I've never been more out of my depth casting a Protoss game than I was casting the games that SOS has played so far today.
Yeah, no,
he's just so unpredictable. Even with the vision of us as casters and observers, just being able to see everything that he's doing.
Well, I kind of gave up trying to be too deterministic in the cast because of that. I felt like, all right, just like let's kind of try to see what direction he's going to bring it in and try to call it.
Go along for the ride.
I think everybody remembers the game where he like used a Nexus that he hid inside his opponent's main to like recall a DT in there. Where I'm like, I don't.
Like what is even
I'm
happening
like,
right
I'm like,
now?
I don't know what's going on.
It's like we're getting a glimpse of what StarCraft 2 looks like in the year 2030.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, no, this is actually how you play, guys. You're you're just a decade behind in the meta.
That was before they made Nexuses in the main. So, for now, we're waiting on that third base. It's going to be slow. We've got the Stargate. Let's see if it's going to be another Void Ray or not.
I feel like Stargate for such a long time in StarCraft 2 PvZ has just been the build that you go for because the Oracle gives you so much map control, and there are also some kind of crazier builds like the Tempest build that Canning absolutely loves to do, and occasionally we get to see Hero, and now I guess players like SOS also do it here in GSL.
Right. Well, the StarCraft is a foundational build in PvZ that's been around since StarCraft 1. StarCraft 1 Protoss has had a really hard time figuring out how to play against Zergs until the StarCraft 1 Protoss figured out that you just need to get a Corsair to scout. It might counter Mutalisks, and you can scout that and make more if you need it, but otherwise at least you just have like a flying unit, just like we see the Overlord here for the Zerg. And then you have a bunch of different ways you play the game from there. And so it's not shocking that early on in StarCraft 2 this idea was adopted. And it's pretty much been around through all of StarCraft 2.
And it's the same.
Now, does he see that?
It's the same build. Unscouted here by Reynor. He only sees the Void Ray. Don't let it ling in this time. Okay. I saw him at the front door. Like, please.
So SOS is just going to try again. Exact same situation. Try to do it a little bit faster, a little bit more efficiently. And, there's something to that. Generally, bad players do the same strategies over and over again in tournaments, which can make them kind of almost smart moves in the highest level of professional StarCraft.
It makes it almost more unpredictable.
Yeah.
Counterintuitively.
It's so counterintuitive that it might just, like, get in there and work.
Oh, this is a variant from what we saw in the previous game. So I think he is going to try and bait Reynor into doing basically the same response that he did in game number 1. But behind this one, we have additional gateways coming in. There's going to be 5 gateways now in total. And a Twilight Council already up. Now, Charge isn't being researched. Glaives isn't being researched. We don't know what the follow-up is going to be. And, okay, finally it's going to be Glaives.
Wow. Okay, so it's going to be Tempest coming out, but then Glaives to kind of blindside the Zerg.
I like this switch up.
I don't know if he's going to actually make a Nexus here or not. This is a little bit of a sleight of hand from Reynor. No, he is going to make a Nexus. I stand corrected. You can also put a probe out there and kind of generate the imagery of an expansion and maybe commit to this, but this is going to be very different.
I wonder when he's going to show that first Tempest. Is that actually the Tempest moving across the map right now? It is.
Yeah, so he's going to send the first one out here.
Yeah.
And this is probably going to force out more queens. You already saw how Reynor behaved last time.
And I'm watching the production tab to see what the response is from Reynor, and it is the same response. We have a Spire now coming in. He thinks that SOS is doing the same thing. Drones, queens, Spire. He doesn't know that there's 5 Gateway Glaive Adept about to move across the map. The Adept moving now from the natural expansion to the third base. You can see the shades on the minimap right now is, I feel like SOS with this ruse has very successfully duped his opponent. There's 24 Lings on the ground. Roach production only just now begun, but after a big swell of drones. So there's only 3 Roaches in queue.
Oh!
Wallen comes in with the Evolution Chamber. There should be enough Adepts to force that down. Indeed there are. And now they're going to use the choke point here against the Lings.
A lot of Adepts are being killed. That Evo chamber was clutch because the Adepts, they can't really do a whole lot when they're in that shade form. He gets into the main, but it's not exactly that much. Only 2 drones, now 3 drones fall.
Some more drones falling here in the third base right now as 3 Adepts trying to get more damage done. Glaive's going to be, or Shade's being sent back down to the natural expansion. How much is there for Reynor? Not a lot, as even more drones are falling. SOS, though, he still hasn't been able to take a worker lead despite all of this damage, because he's cut probes behind all of it. +1 ground weapons now getting a research. No additional tech yet on the Twilight Council as the Adepts are finally starting to bleed out.
Yeah, the Adept numbers are getting pretty low. I don't know that he can shade any of these away in time here. And that's going to be the end of this rush.
And when the dust settles, 20 or so drones go down, but Reynor is still ahead on workers because there wasn't really much of an economic follow-up here. Of course, the Tempest is still alive, by the way. Gets 1 more drone. But I'm a little bit concerned here for SOS because I feel like that might have not been enough damage, especially with how late +1 ground weapons is and Blink, but this Tempest actually got so many drones.
It's kind of crazy, yeah.
That just equalized the worker count. 32 drones now in total. 14 kills on that Tempest.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Right now, the Zerg was even for a little bit there. The next move is going to be Stalkers. I'm not totally clear on what kind of shape SOS is now in, because the Protoss army lacks sophistication on some level. Like, he's going to get Blink. That's going to be hard to deal with. Blink is just good versus Roaches, right? The Stalkers already have better range, and then they can play keep away.
I'm a little thrown off by the second Forge.
Yeah, a lot of this just looks weird.
But I love the idea of a Stalker push right now because this is when Reynor wants to start droning up a little bit more. It's 63 drones to 61 probes. Blink almost done. Finally now completes. Reynor going to try and take down the cooling tower to seal this area off.
Yeah, he goes for it, locks him out. Adios. So he's going to try to wrap around.
Does SOS have enough momentum?
The hatch.
You got to be very careful going for that hatchery, though, because you might just get stuck in that position.
Yeah, that's true. And, the hatchery is going to remain. More Stalkers are going to come up. SOS seems intent on trying to basically snowball a fight. He's not really trading that well. He takes that one out, but otherwise he hasn't really done that much.
I kind of wish the Tempest was over here just shelling the Roaches and the Ravagers during all of this.
And he's warping in Stalkers, what, like 7 at a time? Something like that.
It's a lot of Stalkers in the map right now. SOS actually almost has an army lead against Roach Ravager. But it's just tough to come in from these angles. Reynor is very smart with his positioning, setting up concaves at the bottom of these ramps, and SOS cannot really get a lot of value out of the Blink as a result of that. Even though, materially, this Stalker advantage, it is quite nice. He's going to move in, snipe 2 Ravagers, Blink right back. Crazy game right now.
So, he hasn't really prevented Reynor from doing anything. Reynor's supply is going to hit the top pretty soon here. Can he actually kill this?
I feel like he's barely going to get it.
Yeah, he's going to deny that.
Cancel comes in.
Now, that was a lot of Lings, but I think that's probably fine, all things considered. I think he might be coming up here with a push soon. Now, the Temple Archives undeniably is late.
Yeah, it's been really weird the way the SOS has developed.
Yeah.
Like, he goes for the Adept Glaive's timing attack. Paired with the Tempest, gets about 30 drones, but behind it, he wasn't probing, he wasn't getting upgrades, he wasn't getting Blink. And now he went for this big push with the Blink Stalkers, with his second Forge behind getting no upgrades. And then once he realizes that it's not happening, he does this transition again with a fourth base, with double upgrades coming in, with the Templar Archives coming in. It's very full throttle or nothing with SOS right now, but he's been able to make it work so far in this game. He's holding his own against one of the best Zerg players in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, he's looking very strong. So SOS has to figure out how to make this work. He needs to get the few key units added in that are going to make this army a little bit more sophisticated. It's going to be Storm, but I could be wrong, but it feels like the Storm might just be late enough to where Reynor could hit him before Storm's done. And like, what are you going to do? You're going to blink away once or twice with Stalkers and hold this? I'm not so sure. Again, this is just a very funny looking PvZ. It's not your run-of-the-mill meta PvZ.
It's been quite low eco as well.
Yeah, it's been a scrappy game for sure. Lurker Tech is coming. So, in fact, maybe Reynor wants to actually wait.
Stalker's going to shave off a couple more units over here by the fourth base as Hydrotech will be revealed. I feel like SOS should have on his radar that Lurkers are coming. And I think with the army that SOS has, you want to fight before those Lurkers actually get on the field, especially before they get their Hive upgrades. And that window is going to be in the next maybe 90 seconds here for SOS as he's getting closer and closer to max. But with only 4 Templar, I'm not sure he's going to have enough Storms to make this work. But hold that thought. Actually coming in. These Storms have been fantastic so far, actually. Okay, now Zealot's charging in. Reynor, a lot of his army is still in the 12 o'clock position. And so SOS cleaning up this force over here at the fourth base. Reynor a little bit underestimating the army that SOS had on his front door. The hatchery's going to fall. Reynor reset down to a 3-base eco, only on 6 gases, and SOS is going to pull right back.
Yeah, this is exactly what SOS had to do, was just get in, kill it, and escape. Has a little bit of a counterattack over here. I don't feel like Reynor has anything going for him right now. He's still going to try to develop into the Lurker Tech.
But he's so low on gas.
It's really bad.
There's going to be, what, 4, maybe 5 Lurkers here for Reynor, which it is a strong amount, but it's not what you want against a max Protoss army, which SOS is about to be once again. Oh, this is crazy. If SOS breaks this down, he's going to come in once more, sees the Arc of Lurkers, decides he's going to pivot to another area.
I mean, it just seems like Reynor is so up on the ropes right now.
I don't think there's any detection with his army, though, for SOS, which is difficult. So he's chrono boosting out an Oracle. I'm sure an Observer is also going to be in production, if not already on the way.
Yeah, I mean, what is Reynor supposed to do? This army is now sophisticated and scary. For a while, it was just Stalkers. But now it just feels like there's, Immortals and Templars and everything else. It's hard to ever get in there and fight. Reynor, when you look at the map, there's actually like nowhere to grow into here for Zerg.
Oh, this is such a smart move. Reynor, he's maxed. He wants to keep building supply-efficient units, which are not these roaches. So he's going to send these against the max Protoss who can't forfeit the units. He needs to defend them because everything is there on the front line. Recall's going to come in here to the natural expansion with a ton of Stalkers. Those will clean up the roaches, but this is going to allow Reynor to remax on more Hydras, potentially more Lurkers, add more firepower to his army. And Tasteless, you're asking what Reynor should do. I think that even though he isn't in the best situation economically, eventually these Lurkers are going to outscale the Protoss ground army. You're going to need air to deal with these Lurkers in the supreme late game here. We now have 11 Lurkers with Hive Tech upgrades for Reynor. That is so challenging for SOS to break down with what is a mostly Stalker army. We have 30 Stalkers on the field, a handful of Templar, only a couple of Immortals, what, 3 of them in total? Unless he's able to catch Reynor out of position, he's not going to be able to break down a fortified position of Lurkers. So for Reynor, I think the game right now is just pure cost efficiency, secure another expansion. Because SOS's army doesn't really beat yours.
Yeah, Blink's right on top of that and wipes it. Reynor frees up his supply, trying to develop into a more sophisticated army. By the way, the Protoss is banking way more. A lot more gas. Nice stun there. I think SOS is going to slowly set this up to where there's nowhere to go for Reynor. Reynor doesn't have a base that's near him that he can easily take. The lower right side of the map is covered by Zealots. SOS is going to try to come through here. These storms are absolutely painful to watch.
I mean, the damage coming in from these lurkers is just so huge. Very cost-efficient trade right here for Reynor. And this is why it is so challenging to push into these positions with a mostly gateway-based army.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's one of those things where you see a base set up and you almost have to ask yourself, so should we just leave that there forever and worry about the base after this one and try to stop that from happening? Mothership coming, by the way.
Yeah, and the air transition is here. Second Stargate also coming online. Shields and +1 air weapons, as well as carriers in production here for SOS. So he recognizes the situation that he's not going to be able to break Reynor. And he's making a very smart transition with that massive gas bank that he's got. 2.5k gas in total. Reynor, a little bit more all or nothing with his army. His army, as it stands, extremely powerful, but the Remax potential simply isn't there right now.
He's going to run in here now. Now, if he can get the lurkers into a similar position from the other game, from the other fight, excuse me, it's going to be the same problem here. It's hard to get gateway units to come in here and fight this, and I don't know if that's what Reynor's plan is or not, but he's going to be generating threats. But at the same time, SOS is getting a 5th base.
He's had these Zealots parked here for so long.
Well, you know, I mean, I don't think there's anything to stop Reynor from just running up there and burrowing lurkers and taking that spot, but until Reynor takes it, that's going to be it. By the way, this is a map without a lot of bases.
Right. It's
so
very challenging to take the next base here for Reynor.
Sick. Now, there is a world where Reynor, just through technical expertise and modern play, kind of powers through this. And I feel like we're kind of getting that. Like, Reynor's proving that he doesn't really have to respect this army. He just has to get lurkers in a good spot, and you can't really do anything.
Yeah, his army beats what SOS has on the ground.
Right. He's going to go ooze this one down. Counterattack inbound here.
And no Stalker Warp in yet to deal with these Corruptors, so that carrier will not complete. Zealot's actually able to find an angle here into the 3rd base of Reynor. Going to get a lot of damage done as we're in almost a pseudo base trade situation right now. The main base for both players not really under threat just yet.
What does Reynor actually have back at home? I don't see anything defending here. Oh my God!
Wow, that's a great catch right now for SOS. Those lurkers going down, they are so expensive. And there isn't much at home at all for Reynor. You're right, Tasteless.
I mean, he's going to take out the Spire right now. I see Zerglings coming up here.
I mean, he's going to get the Templar. Nice catch there by Reynor.
Hydras are coming out. It's like one carrier here with an Overseer, so the Interceptor's not particularly strong.
Yeah, this cloak is huge right now for SOS as well. If you can snipe down that Overseer would be nice. Oh, not those though. 5 of them in total. Recall's going to have to come in here, I think, for SOS if he has the energy for it.
Okay, so he's going to kill a lot over here.
Yeah.
SOS is very, very low.
But still, he has a lot of money left in the bank. Now, the 3rd base for Reynor, I don't think it died. He did lose a lot of drones.
I actually think Reynor's okay.
Yeah.
I think this is, you know, this is one of the weirdest PvZs I've ever cast. As I look at it, I think that basically SOS lost his 2 periphery bases, and the only one that he's going to have that he has to hold on to is just one that we're looking at right here. I think if Reynor comes in here and takes this, it doesn't really matter what happens because the other bases are going to mine out.
Oh, and SOS is just going to forfeit it. He knows he can't
He's going to ditch it, so he's going to basically play from behind and try to expand again.
Really good storm catching the lurkers and the corruptors right there, but Viper of Ducks coming in. That is one more carrier going down. Carrier count just abysmal right now here for SOS. Another fantastic storm, but there's not a lot to back it up. Man, SOS played a brilliant game up until this point. Really one of the most crazy and chaotic PvZs I think we've seen in GSL in a long time, but Reynor with his mechanics and his game sense just a little bit better than SOS in these situations. I mean, you can tell all of the practice paying dividends from the years, whereas SOS coming back into GSL, going up against one of the best Zerg players in the world in a tough situation like this one, it is hard to navigate these late games.
I can't believe how good Reynor is. This was a very chaotic game. One of the harder games I've had to cast because it's just so weird. GG. And I imagine it was tough for Reynor to kind of figure out what was happening back there, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Reynor just has a better comp. He's got a composition where he knows, all right, whatever weird stuff you're doing, I'm going to get the right units. I'm going to play proper. You might have gotten the best of me in the early game and the mid game, but I'm going to just power through this. I'm going to hang on. And that's what he did. He just lurker pushed. You do not care about gateway units when you have enough lurkers. You just can't step on that area.
Yeah, he knew that the army he had on the ground was going to be what SOS had, and I mean, SOS did some really smart maneuvering with the mothership, with his army going for the base trade, causing problems. But at the end of the day, Reynor just a little bit too tight on the defense. SOS could not find the opening, could not get the critical damage, and Reynor's going to advance. After this break, he will face Solar in the final match of Group A. Will Reynor finally make it to the round of 8? We'll find out soon.
It's time for the rematch. Reynor versus Solar. Previously, Solar defeated Reynor 2-1. Now it's back to that here as we're going to close out Group A. I think it could have gone either way previously. Clearly, they're very even in skill. We just saw Solar try his best against Cure, unable to make anything happen there. I think Cure was really a league above everybody, at least today. And then Reynor, you know, he had actually, I think, a particularly difficult game against SOS because of the terms SOS played the game on, but still came out on top. I imagine this game should be just as close as the previous one, and I think it's too close to call who's going to advance.
Yeah, I think the only thing we can reliably say about this next series is that it's probably going to be explosive. We knew that coming into today, and it was just even more reinforced by the opening series between Reynor and Solar. Just a lot of aggression. Reynor going for like 3 hatch, no layer roach pushes. Solar finding these narrow windows, just exploit vulnerabilities and go right for the throat. These are two very aggressive Zerg players in basically any matchup, and you let them loose against each other in a ZVZ, and everything is on the table. We might see like Ling Baneling rushes, we might see Roach all-ins again.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be fun. They already tried out a lot of different approaches to each other. It's always interesting when you have a high-stakes match like this one and then a rematch. Like, how many builds do they have? Is it going to be mirroring a lot of what we already saw, or is it going to be a game with very, very different ideas? Our game is now loading up. Remember, the winner of this moves on into the round of 8. The loser is out of Season 1 of the GSL. Okay, Reynor in the bottom left, Solar in the top right. It's been so good to be back, guys.
It feels really nice.
It's, you know, we were talking about it earlier, but in case you're just tuning in, I mean, it's been 11 months since we've been in the studio.
It felt almost eerie making the walk from the station back to the GSL studio.
It felt like walking back into your old school. Or you know what I mean? Or going to your friend's house after you've all been off to college for a while and you're coming back to town.
It was just too long a break, man.
Yeah. I hope we never have a break for this long ever again. Hey.
Challenge accepted. Oh, congratulations.
Nice.
Oh. That's awesome.
awesome.
That is so cool.
You got a little zergling you're going to hatch. Right now, I mean, the build orders are very mirrored. We see that in the production tab. We're going to wait until there's a deviation with these two.
Yeah, this has been kind of the story for Reynor versus Solar for the early game throughout all 4 games they've played so far today. If there's a deviation, it's a slight one, like a hatch-free 1 drone later or 1 drone earlier. The real deviations that we've seen between Reynor and Solar have basically come when the 3rd hatchery gets thrown down. Occasionally we'll see aggression like Reynor's been doing with Lings and Banelings, aiming to deny that 3rd base, or at the very least delay it and cancel. From Solar, we've seen him play a little bit more of a responsive style, where when he is going for an attack, when he is going for a push that's going to get some damage done, it's usually based on some kind of material advantage that he has built early in the game, like getting a faster evolution chamber in a layer, and then using the 20-second window he's got with +1 with roach speed to get value. Whereas Reynor, you know, up until this point, it's been a lot more almost brute force in his approach, and it's hard to take that read from a 3-game series and apply it to another 3-game series, because these are 2 of the best Zerg players in the world who have, I'm sure, a breadth of builds they can bring out at any given moment. But so far, that has been the story. And I'm wondering if you're Reynor here, if you want to turn that on its head, or if you're Solar, if you want to be a little bit more in the driver's seat and stop playing Reynor's game exactly, even though you've been playing well as the responding player. I feel like Solar, you know, when he was at his peak in ZVZ, I can't remember how many months ago this was, where it seemed like he was unstoppable for a stretch. he was always the one pushing it to the limit. He was the one going for the attack, going for Lings and Banelings. He was unpredictable. He was dangerous. It felt like he would do these builds that seemed like they shouldn't work, but they would work because of how aggressive he was and how confident he was at implementing them. But, you know, game number 1 here in this best of 3, really anything can happen. So far, very small deviations. We have a Roachborn going down a little bit earlier for Solar, but word counts effectively the same. Third base timings effectively the same. Really not too much of a deviation.
Yeah, I mean, it's a quiet start, right? We do have that Evo coming down now for Reynor. I'm not sure where on the map it is exactly. I don't believe it's out by the entrance.
I think it might be the natural expansion.
Oh, is it at the natural? Okay, then I missed that.
Maybe I'm wrong. These monitors are so small. They see like a little 3 pixel by 3 pixel
no,
thing.
I forgot that
Evo
we cast this tournament off of Sega Game Gear. So
yeah.
It's like a... the reason why I'm bringing that up is like, okay, so it is hidden.
Yeah.
So the reason why I'm asking is like, if it's out in the front, then you're going to see it, right? But if you hide it, then he's basically going to recycle what happened in game 1 and try to make it work. Now, I do want to point out, if you run across the map with roaches in this game and then run back, I don't think that's going to sell it as a fake. Now, he doesn't scout that, by the way. He's going to be able to loop all the way through here, but he never saw the Evo.
Yeah, but Solar's the one that's actually getting aggressive here, Tasteless. He's sitting at 38 drones, pumping roaches and lings right now. All right, there is another round of drones in production, but kind of an interesting time for Solar to make so many units and then not move across the map. I wonder if it's something that his scouting Zergling basically told him that he doesn't really have a window to get damage done, but Reynor currently 7 workers ahead, 3 more drones just popped.
You know, the fact that Solar scouted and then didn't see the Evo chamber in the one spot it was hidden could be like one of these, you know, ironically, it's always good to scout, but if you don't see the thing and you think you saw almost everything, you might think you're in a position you're actually not in. This may actually enhance the timing attack when it does come with a +1 missile attack.
Oh, Lair coming in right now for Reynor, so it will not be the same build as game number 1.
Yeah, no, this is totally different then. I correct that.
11 more roaches from Solar. It's a bit of a role reversal, except Solar's not even going for the upgrade. And with all this gas, he's going to have having a lot of Ravagers, I think. 3 gases on, what, 47 drones? Yeah, the aggression is about to come. +1 ranged weapons for Reynor should finish by the time this fight begins, but is missile attack going to be enough with a spine crawler at that third base for Reynor to defend against the horde of roaches that are streaming across the map? 18 in total with a ton of lings and banelings also in production.
Oh man, I mean, he's going to try to shuffle the spine crawler forward. The Banes are going to be morphed. They can't be denied. The arc is going to be a little bit better right now for Reynor.
All right, Biles get dodged quite well there by Reynor. Spinecrawler not contributing in the fight. He's going to try and kite back into it so he can add some DPS. Some very good control here from Reynor.
Ooh,
it feels like he might just have barely enough right now with this arc. It's a better concave.
He's got it. He's diving on here. He's crushing this.
Wow.
That +1 missile attack is making a huge difference here. He's ignoring the lings very intentionally and just targeting the other roaches. He's got that number thinned out, and this attack has completely backfired. I don't know how in the world Solar's going to get a 4th base.
That was some really good control there by Reynor.
The layer just starts right now for Solar. Reynor now has enough that these lings are not a threat. It's melting these Zerglings.
I think Reynor might have actually canceled his lair to have enough money to defend that push.
I think so, because we saw the layer start back up there. So, I mean, Reynor's in a really comfortable spot. He's over 10 drones in a lead right now. He already has +1, whereas the evolution chamber for Solar is about to finish.
Yeah, that was a masterful defense there from Reynor. I mean, excellent positioning. Even the small micro moves, like pulling the roaches maybe half a range back on the left side to make sure the spine crawler, you just optimize the DPS on that side while maintaining the concave there on the bottom. Solar, it seemed like he might just have enough to push his way through that third base, but Reynor with some really nice micro and some good decision-making, canceling the lair too. Just able to hang on by the skin of his teeth, and that's going to be a couple of minutes now where he will have basically a substantial worker lead. I mean, this is the first time since that push where Solar is equalized in the drone count, and that means that Reynor now has a big balloon in supply over his opponent, and he can be the one getting aggressive.
Yeah, with the superior upgrades, N+2 in the mail. Now, he may be trying to force out less drones. The Lings are going to come for here for a counterattack as well.
Oh, it's a Spire here for Solar behind all of this. Third base, or fourth base, excuse me, in production now for Reynor. He comes in the main base. Spire, I think, is in the natural expansion, so he's not going to spot anything besides that evolution chamber. I don't know why the Korean casters are so excited about that. Overseer getting taken out. Maybe was expecting him to slow down that upgrade as Reynor now pushing here into the main base again.
This could be fatal.
So many roaches tasteless.
Yeah, this is so much. And there's many more coming in here. He's trafficking more roaches on the map here. Every time there's not ideal surface area, he shoves in, confident he can close that out. GG. Reynor taking game one, defying that counterattack with his own +1 roaches, canceling the layer, and then going right back into the layer once that was done.
Yeah, that was fantastic defense. I mean, that was basically, I think, game one of their previous series, but with the roles reversed. It was instead Solar going for the timing attack on 3 bases with a very low drone count, and Reynor defending while going layer while getting these upgrades. And Reynor was able to basically ironclad out that defense. I mean, there was very little Solar can do to push him in that third base. The concave was just too good. The positioning was fantastic, even with the workers that Reynor had. And now Reynor, for I think the first time in his GSL career, is 1 map win away from going to the round of 8. I mean,
yeah.
He has been trying for so long to get that trophy here in the GSL. We were talking about how it's one of the few championships he hasn't won. One of the things he's had his eyes on for years out here in Korea.
He's been questing after this for a long time. This could be a season, man. He's been a world champion before. Let's see if he can become a GSL champion now here. Guys, game 2 is loaded up. Reynor vs. Solar continues on.
Oh, Solar.
Well, well, well.
This is the Solar I was expecting to see in ZVZ today.
I kind of thought we were going to have one game that looked like this, but, you know, let's see what happens. So he's going to rush Reynor hard. Now, Reynor is going to go for hatchery first. See? And the question is going to be, how well can Reynor try to hold this? These one-base rushes, most of the time they either win or the other player holds, and the one-baser is just in such a bad position.
I feel like this build in particular, it's usually very difficult to transition out of it if it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's
the instances where you basically reach an equilibrium of damage done and you go into a macro game behind it are few and far between in my viewing experience. And this is going to be basically as aggressive as it gets here from Solar with the fastest possible Ling speed. Ling's already in production, only 13 drones on minerals, so not even fully saturated, no queen in production.
When these rushes come, the placement of every single building starts to matter.
Yeah.
So Raynor's not in one where he could like have plugged up Ling's running around his minerals. Now, he's not mining gas. Solar's not. He's getting Ling speed, but he's not going to have any more gas coming in here. Whereas Reynor has a steady accumulation of gas. It's 20 workers to 12. So 8 worker kills would even this out. I've seen versions of this. Now, he's running around the Overlords, which makes a longer travel time, but also increases the potency of the surprise because Reynor will have made more drones. And he's going to focus on the hatchery. Now, let's say he kills the hatchery. It's still 20 workers to 12, right? He's going to pretty good body blocking. Oh, my gosh, they actually both get away, so that's unfortunate for him. The queen is going to pop here. And he's going to send some drones. He's going to try to save this. It is on a knife's edge. I mean, he's going to almost kill this before the queen comes out. All right, I guess not because he actually bought time with that. So he's going to use the eggs that came out of the fresh hatchery to make a few more Lings. Really good control by Reynor.
Yeah, man, Solar was so close to getting a surround on that queen. It's very difficult to micro that as Reynor here with his slow Lings.
So you basically just persist. is the way the Zerg wants to approach this. You're just going to get another hatchery. He's going to try to snipe the drone. And you're going to bring this spine crawler down here and basically just go right back to what you were already doing. Because, again, 18 workers is more than what he had for this entire game. Now, Solar's catching up. It's at 16 drones now. The real loss here for Reynor was obviously the hatchery that was killed. But, you know, I got to say this looks pretty good for Reynor.
Yeah, I feel like if Solar had focused down the hatchery there, the natural expansion of Reynor, and got it before the queen popped, that could have been a big difference maker.
He got baited for sure. Like, I was looking at that and I'm like, oh, I think he's actually doing damage so fast that he's going to kill this. He just needs to hyper commit to it, because then the hatchery probably, I mean, he might have even not been able to cancel it, right? And he would not have gotten the extra eggs, which would have meant that he could have not, he might have been able to fight him off in the low ground again. I don't know the total like nuance to this, because these rushes get pretty complicated at really high levels, but yeah, I think he probably could have forced a kill on that if he just stayed at the bottom of the hatchery.
And we actually have that situation where it's transitioning into more of a standard game, as crazy as it is. I mean, Reynor had some really nice defense right there against that push. And he's going for a super fast +1 carapace, by the way. I mean, this is so quick.
Yeah, +1 fast carapace is interesting. So, another link comes in here to scout. It's going to see the Evo chamber, but, you know, you can see it's upgrading. You don't know what's necessarily going on inside, right?
Solar now going for a third hatchery. Reynor just throwing his down as well. A lot of lings in production. Or at least, I guess they just popped. Solar actually sitting quite a bit ahead in army supply, 20 lings in total.
Yeah, he may be winding up for another attack here. The worker count's even, by the way. So, you know, it's not like, you know, anybody's got to do anything right.
Oh, you're kidding me, Reynor! So good.
Another one's going to come in. I don't know. Is he going to?
Oh,
dude, he's so good.
Oh, that's just awesome.
That's crazy. You know, Zerglings, I think people can dismiss pretty easily. A Zergling, you know, loss is, you know, maybe not as big of a deal at all. But when you deflect that many lings, it does add up, especially in these big fights, especially when you see a timing attack like the one we have coming inbound right now. Now, Reynor's making his roaches. Another moment where he's going to attack the hatchery. 2 Banes will pop to kill another Bane. He's going to try to force him. Okay, so I think that the lings can come back in, right? Oh, hold up. Another Bane's up here.
Looking for a good connection, but just not quite able to find it.
He
that
kills
hatchery
it.
is going to go down.
Really good job there by Solar. So it's kind of a repeat of what we just saw. He forced killed a hatchery, and Reynor's going to remake it. Now, I do think Reynor could be dropping behind here in this moment. I think the armor upgrade's done, right?
Yeah, armor upgrade is complete.
So he's going to be moving across the map. Now, I'm not clear on the math for, you know, how armored roaches are going to fare against lings. I'm sure they're going to have a lot more sustain. But I don't think there's a real opening here where Reynor can just go right across the map and punch Solar in the mouth. I think he's going to have to stay back home and wait.
I actually don't think it's going to be Reynor moving across the map at all.
Yeah, it's going to be actually a winding up attack here from Solar.
Yeah, he is at 64 army supply. He killed that third base, and he did not use that to build an economic advantage. Reynor right now might be misreading the situation. He thinks that killing that third base, Solar is going to be droning up and building a lead. No, Solar is expecting Reynor to try and greed his way back to make up for the loss of that third hatchery. And he is just pumping the gas. 76 army supply, 16 more lings reinforcing, going to stream across the map. And this is such a huge force. I don't know if +1 carapace is going to help Reynor in this one. I mean, it's going to have to be a miracle defense. There are so many units coming into this natural expansion. Spinecrawler is starting to finish. One burrowing right there in the front line. Bile is going to drop on that. Third hatchery will fall again. And now Solar decides to start droning up.
Transfuse is over there on the spine, but it does fall. Lings and roaches coming in. I don't think that Reynor has enough. The armor upgrade's going to help, but with this flood of lings coming in, there's just nothing to stop the damage output.
It's a very good angle here for Reynor, but Solar just with so much more on the ground right now. Those Ravagers, especially in the back, laying waste with their range. Biles also raining down. And I feel like we're going to tie this one up.
Yeah, this is going to go to 1-1. In fact, the Roach Warren's about to die over here in the front. It's bleeding out.
I can't believe Rainer's still alive. Biles going to finish off the Roach Warren, but Solar right now, he's sitting on 50 drones. He has the 3-base economy. Reynor, he does have 1-1. He's got the lair done. He has Roach speed coming in, but Solar is on the precipice of forcing a game 3. It is so close, but you know, Reynor, he is tenacious. He is not going to quit.
Yeah, he's going to keep trying. He's going to play from behind, basically. I think Solar has exhibited more control of a game here than any other game in the series, really. In the entire group is what I mean to say.
I can't believe he didn't knock him out right there. Reynor was looking dead to rights.
Yeah, well, Reynor got a pretty comfy angle and kind of let Solar feed into him a little bit. But Solar's so ahead. Solar's almost 20 workers ahead right now.
I mean, it's 60 drones to 40 more or less, and there is an upgrade advantage here for Reynor, but with 3 soon to be 4 hatcheries, absolutely mass-producing Roaches and Ravagers, I'm not sure those upgrades are going to make a big enough difference when Solar attacks again at that 3rd base, which I feel is basically inevitable at this point. I think we're maybe only 30 seconds out from him going for that +1 timing with Roach speed.
4th base about to finish here. I mean, Reynor's so buried here. And, you know, the idea here from Solar is pretty smart. He's just going to build up and bash into Reynor again and get Reynor more and more behind. He doesn't have to get all the upgrades in the world. He doesn't have to rush in any kind of tech. I mean, they're basically making the same units, and when you have a huge economic lead, it's pretty straightforward, man. Just come in and attack again.
And it's a very smart move from Solar, too. He knows he doesn't need to attack. I think some Banelings actually sniped some drones over there at the 3rd base, but he knows he doesn't have to attack until the 3rd base is back up. And that is indeed what he does, and that is a lot of Roaches here for Solar. Stutter stepping forward. I think he wants to go to game number 3. Reynor's supply dwindling right now, sub 100 as Solar continues to push into the natural expansion. GG is called. Reynor, I mean, that was... The fact that he survived to that point is a surprise. And we're going to go to a game number 3.
This is it, guys. Last game of the night. I don't know who takes this, man. They are so evenly matched.
Solar ZBZ has felt like his best matchup to me for a very long time.
He's been in a very good Zerg region for a long time. He's always been able to hang with Europeans, other Koreans. They're really having to bring everything out they've got. Now, that was a very specific kind of game because he got the lead early and kind of played a control game the whole way through. And many moments back there, Reynor almost shook through it.
Yeah.
He almost shook free.
It was impressive. The fact that Reynor was able to hang on as long as he did in such really a desperate situation against a Solar that was just ahead. But Solar's approach going through into the mid game, just knowing that he doesn't need to attack until that 3rd base is up, and then he hammers it down, and then, all right, you're on 2 base again. I'll wait until your 3rd hatchery is done again, and then kill it again. Just really smart play there from Solar. He's always had an excellent grasp on ZBZ, and now one of these players is going home, and one of them is going to the round of 8.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to come down to ley lines. It just rolls right off the tongue. It's not like I have to lean forward and read it just so that my brain can process it. Guys, this is it. Either Reynor or Solar is moving on to the round of 8. Okay, Reynor in the top right, Solar in the bottom left. Do we have a quick pool here from either side?
No.
Doesn't look like it.
I will say, it does feel like Solar has been a lot more conservative in this ZBZ than he has in ZBZ in the past. Like the build that we saw from Solar, the previous map, although it's very cheesy, it's very aggressive, I feel like for a long time in Solar when he was finding success in ZBZ, those kind of strategies were, you know, the rule and not the exception to his approach to the game. And I wonder how much of that is the way his practice has been going, or the way the new map pool has been playing for those builds.
Yeah.
And how much of it is his respect for Reynor, because as we've seen multiple times today, Reynor, his control is just so impeccable. Like keeping that 1 HP Bailey alive against, what, 3 or 4 different Speedlings, just body blocking and zoning him out. He's very good in those scrappy situations and getting the most out of his units. And for a player like Solar, who very often likes to go for these aggressive builds with Lings, with Bailings, where it's very much a micro battle against your opponent, somebody like Reynor is kind of the final boss in terms of, can you actually pull this off against the best micro players in the world? And so
Right.
for Solar to play these more macro styles, I think it's smart just because of the opponent that he's up against. But at the same time, I feel like it's not, it isn't historically his greatest strength in ZVZ, at least for the past couple of years, especially in GSL.
Yeah, I would agree.
We've casted Solar ZVZ best of 3 series that lasted it felt like 15 minutes.
Yeah. We've had a lot of very short series for sure.
Yeah.
This game, again, we don't know where exactly it's going to go. We're waiting for the tech to be revealed. Will it be Lings over drones, or will it just be development? But, you know, it's important to remember Reynor's been in or tried out in GSLs more than almost any other foreigner in the modern era. You know, we had a period where the tournaments kind of blew up everywhere. Some players are trying to compete here, others were in Europe or North America. But this has always been a very special tournament in you know, the fact that it's very seasonal. I know this season isn't. We're kind of ramrodding it through because we've had barely any time for StarCraft 2, but you know, this is a different format from basically any other tournament in that we have a couple players in a group. They all prepare for each other. Some of them get knocked out. The other ones, they get back to work. They go back to the lab and try to come up with other strategies for the next group. And eventually, over weeks or months, we crown a champion. And so he's wanted to win this for a long time. He's been hungry for this.
He's the closest he's ever been to the round of 8.
Right, yeah.
Just one map win away. I think a lot of foreign fans are pulling for him. As much as I love Solar and his brand of Zerg, I mean, Reynor, he's been trying for so long to make it to that round of 8. And how glorious would it be to have a foreigner finally succeed in GSL? It feels like it has been forever, basically, maybe since the early days where we have somebody go super deep. You know, I'm thinking about players like Huck and Jinro, who very much had a chance at winning it all way back in the day, but since then, it just hasn't happened. And I think part of it is having to move out to Korea and live in a different culture and environment that isn't exactly familiar to you in terms of your practice, right? But also, as you said, there isn't really a preparation tournament like this in StarCraft 2. There never really has been, at least not at this scale.
Yeah, you basically are supposed to show up being able to kind of play against anything for days and days and days. You're in sort of this you know, a marathon of survival, where this is different. It's like just a few games. You have as much prep time as you want. You have as much research time as you want. And it's a little bit more planning oriented, which I've always liked.
Reminds me of Pro League a little bit all the way back in the day.
Right,
That was another one.
That was another seasonal tournament, right?
Yeah, I remember being on a Pro League team and playing a week of games on one map to train for my opponent. And I'm 4th in the lineup, and we get 3-0'd, and I'm like, God!
No! By the way, Lings and Roaches here for Reynor. He looks like he's going for blood here. Oh no, he makes a few more drones.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with these guys. They are very tricky with the way they eke out their drones. I think it's them showing a lot of respect to each other because they both know how dangerous their opponents are in the early game and the mid game in terms of these timing attacks. I mean, we've seen it over the course of these 2 series they've played so far today.
This is a missile attack upgrade. Oh! And he's got that tucked right beside the extractor. I don't believe Solar scouted that. We've had a couple attempted run-bys.
All right, more Lings coming in here for Reynor. Actually going to get all the way here into the main base, or not the main base, the natural expansion of Solar. Looking more for the scout than for economic damage, and he is going to see, I believe that's the evolution chamber finishing there, the natural wall in, so he knows that he's going to have maybe a 10, 15-second lead.
And I don't know if that's going to be enough, honestly. He might go for it anyways. Again, every Ling's going to count if you're going to do some kind of a timing attack here. Now, we have 4 more drones being made here. The Roach count is ramping up here for Reynor.
Yeah, Reynor has cut drones at 52 for quite a while now. 7 more roaches in production. Bailing's even morphing in.
Oh my God, the Overseer Cocoon's blind spot is not going to see the roaches.
Yeah, he's only just now realizing it. This push moving across the middle of the map.
Man.
All right, Spinecrawler is getting thrown down again. A lot of Ravagers morphing right now for Solar. 7 in total. +1 ground weapons, +1 roach speed. Not +1 roach speed. Roach speed being researched by Solar as well. But this might be very similar to the first series. Reynor just has so much army in these upgrades for Solar. They may not be done in time. The Bailey connections are huge on the front line. And now Reynor pushing in these Ravagers. If Reynor can get on top of them, they are so fragile. They'll get taken out so quickly.
He moves in all the way to the bottom where the Ravagers have nowhere to hide. So many roaches coming through.
Yeah, the Link streaming in as well. These Spinecrawlers trying to get as much value as they can. Solar using the map to the best of his advantage, getting these Ravagers into the corner, but Reynor, he is not pausing for a moment, stutter stepping, breaking down this third base. 14 drones have fallen. Reynor up 30 supply right now. 23 roaches to the 9 of Solar. I think he might have done it.
I don't think Solar can survive this. He's lost so much, and you can see that right now. Reynor just went for the jugular, chased them back. He's going to come in here, kill whatever's popping out of those eggs. Every time Solar comes out, Reynor's going to try to come back in. There's a streamline of roaches and lings spilling down here. Remember that all the key infrastructure for Solar is right here in this this bottleneck that he's created over at his entrance.
Yeah, that's GG, Reynor. You are going to the round of 8 in GSL. Congratulations, a long time coming, man. Look at how excited he is there on stage. He is beaming.
Well, he's made it into the round of 8, and it wasn't easy. What a series that was. Kind of crazy. Solar's got knocked out. SOS has been knocked out, but Reynor going to have a lot of eyeballs on him as he goes into that round of 8 next week.
I'd love to see it there for Reynor. I mean, it just means so much for this guy. He's been trying to make it work here in GSL for a long time. And finally, he's able to break through into the round of 8 against one of the best ZVZ players in the world. And that was a hard-fought series. 2-1 in Solar's favor in their first best of 3, 2-1 in Reynor's favor in the final match. We're going to be going to an interview now with Reynor and hear what he has to say.
레이너 선수 정말 축하드립니다. GSL에서는 항상 광탈하면서 여기서 좀 처음에 시작했을 때 우승하러 왔다가 여기서 비행기를 탄 시간보다 경기 시간이 더 짧게 좀 치르면서 아웃되는 경우들이 좀 많았었는데 드디어 오늘 올라가게 됐어요. 어떠신지요?
So massive congratulations, Reynor, for making it to round of 8. You have had 4 attempts so far, and on your 4th attempt, you finally made it to round of 8. How do you feel right now?
I feel good. I feel good. Honestly, if I failed this one as well, it would have been rough on me. And yeah, 3 times failed. 4th time is the charm, I guess. It was a nail biter all the way. When I lost the first series, I was like, no, not again. But very happy, yeah.
네, 드디어 4번째 시도 만에 이제 8강을 뚫을 수 있게 돼서 정말 기쁩니다. 솔직히 3번째 그리고 이제 4번째 마무리하면서 이번에도 안 되면은 다시 도전 못할 것 같았는데 이번에 도전하면서 성타돼가지고 정말 기쁘고요. 정말 긴장의 끈을 놓칠 수 없는 경기들이었습니다 오늘.
네, GSL이 정말 오랜만에 열렸고 또 많은 팬분들 앞에서 함께 경기를 펼쳤는데 이 GSL에 대한 그 도전 또 레이너 선수 8강까지 올라갔는데 8강에서는 좀 어떨 것 같다는 생각이 드는지 그 부분이 좀 궁금합니다.
Yes, so after a series of nail-biter matches, you finally made it to the round of 8. How do you think round of 8 match is going to go?
I don't know. I haven't thought that far, honestly. I'm taking it one step at a time this time. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't even know who I'm playing against.
솔직히 8강은 제가 생각해 본 적이 없고요. 8강까지 이제 갈 거라고 생각도 못 했기에 지금 그냥 이제 스텝 바이 스텝 한 단계씩 지금 그냥 점진적으로 갈 생각입니다.
네.
사실 따지고 보면 거의 뭐 다른 대회에서도 만났었던 선수들이었어요. 그러니까 멤버가 그렇게 크게 다르진 않은데.
김도와 고병재.
네, 이제 지금까지 과정을 보면. 그래서 지금까지 GSL 도전 자체가 계속 어려웠던 이유가 무엇이었는지 이번에는 무엇이 극복을 하는 데 도움이 됐는지가 궁금합니다.
So in the round of 8, it's no different. Your opponents are no different from your just usual tournaments. It is going to be Classic and Gumio in that group. And what do you think made all your past attempts into GSL so hard compared to today's one?
I think in the past I put a bit too much pressure on myself when it came to GSL. I think this time it was more of a smooth approach. last time I kind of approached it, I either do well or I'm a fucking loser. And this time I was like, okay, let's try to do well, you know? So a little bit less pressure on myself, perhaps.
네, 확실히 좀 과거에는 마음의 짐을 많이 짊고 경기 임했던 것 같고요. 이번엔 좀 더 마음 편하게 해가지고 더 좋은 경기를 보일 수 있었습니다.
네. 그럼 이제 한국에 좀 자주 오고 이제 한국 생활이 이어지고 있는데 한국 얼마나 만족스러운지 그게 개인적으로 궁금합니다. 예.
It seems like you come to Korea very frequently. So have you been liking Korea and do you like Korea?
I love Korea. It's my favorite country. So any excuse to come to Korea is always a good excuse. You know, I just love it here.
네, 한국 너무 좋고요. 그냥 한국에 올 때마다 기분이 너무 좋습니다. 어떻게든 한국에 오려고 하고 있어요.
네, 자 그러면 이제 팬분들 앞에 8강 경기에서 어떤 모습 보여줄지 각오 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
So finally, any last words to your fans?
Yeah, thank you guys so much for cheering for me. Shout out to everyone here. Shout out to Basilisk. Shout out to Red Bull. And shout out to all the fans at home. Thank you guys so much.
네, 팬분들 정말 감사합니다. 바실리스크에서 감사하고 레드불에도 감사하고 팬분들에게 정말 감사하다는 말씀 전하고 싶습니다.
네, 다시 한번 축하 말씀드리고 8강 경기에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
Congratulations, Reynor. See you in the round of 8.
Thank you.
네, 다시 한번 감사의 말씀드리겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 레이너 선수가
Hell yeah.
That's exciting.
That's exciting. That's a nice way to end the night. Reynor wins. He's going to the round of 8. If he wins the round of 8, he'll go to the round of 4.
And if he wins the round of 4, he goes to the round of 2.
And then round of 2, if he wins that, he goes to the round of 1, the champion.
It's great to be back at GSL.
Yeah.
Fantastic lineup of games. We got to see SOS and GSL Kodas for the first time, and I don't know how long. We saw Cure just absolutely wrecking his 2 series, advance in first place, and Reynor able to make it to round of 8 after, what, 4th attempt you said, here in the GSL Kodas?
Fourth or maybe even 5th, I'm not sure. I mean, I've casted, at this point, so many GSLs, they kind of bleed into each other a little bit, but I mean, he's been here
15, 16 years.
Yeah, it's been going on, it's been quite a run. So, look, that's exciting. We're going to be back tomorrow, guys, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Maru, Trigger, Rogue, and Nightmare. So excited to see Trigger here.
Yeah, he's been playing so well
he's
online
looking
recently.
really good. He's young, he's fresh, and he's got a lot of potential. And I think we really need that in StarCraft 2. We don't want to just have the exact same people forever. There are people who have been playing this game their whole life and have finally gotten to the point where they're ready for a round of 12 here in GSL.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good day. Anytime we cast Maru and a Rogue in the same group is a very good day, in my opinion.
Yeah,
so.
Nightmare going to be exciting to see how he performs here.
Yeah.
I'm very curious how Rogue will do exactly.
I mean, he made it to the round of 12, so I imagine his form just has to be solid, but a lot of people have been saying, I mean, especially Zerg players have been saying that ZVP is a very difficult matchup. So I'm wondering what Trigger and Nightmare are going to bring to the table. I was actually a little bit surprised that SOS in his games today, we just had the energy recharge ability added to the Nexus, and I was so expecting his games to kind of revolve around that, the way that a lot of the meta games have been revolving around it. Getting hallucination on sentries early for scouting, charging up oracles early in PvZ, and he's just like, nah, I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to proxy Robos. I'm going to make Tempest. But I feel like tomorrow we're going to have a little bit of a better idea of what, the meta is going to be looking at here in GSL.
Guys, below us on screen is information for the tickets. So we didn't sell out today, but we don't normally sell out on our first day. It does feel like the people aren't fully aware GSL's back until it's being uploaded onto YouTube. So if you want to come down to our studio, go to that link. It is in English. You can get a ticket. And if you're going to come to any of these days, I would recommend you get it right away. I think that the sales for tickets for next week go on sale Friday of this week.
Yeah, so in 2 days.
Korean time. Not whatever time zone you're in unless it's Korea time.
Mm-hmm. And if you want to go to the GSL finals, make sure you buy those tickets.
You got to buy it
very,
fast.
Very quickly.
Because we don't have a lot of GSL days. The Esports World Cup is just around the corner. And so the tickets sell out. This is a very nostalgic, historic show. So we hope to see you in the studio. But, yeah, be ready. Don't be DMing me. I can't get you in, okay? This happens every time there's somebody stuck outside. I'm like, I can't do anything.
Yeah. It's always a bad feeling.
It sucks. If people travel here, they want to. It's a dream to see this. So, just be ready. I would check when those tickets go live and then try to snipe them the minute they're on there.
I think it was actually, I think the time the tickets go live was in the original graphic when we started the show today.
I'm
sure it's going to be there tomorrow too, so make sure you double check that.
Yeah.
I think they even have a QR code. I don't know if we had this last year, but that just makes it really easy to go to the site and do the thing.
Yeah. Guys, that's all the time we have. We'll see you tomorrow for Group B. Bye-bye.
Incoming transmission.